This novel was requested by Empire Tristan. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 10 Chapter 1 1420 Chapter 1, New Destination. The ceremony on the luxury liner is over, and I've had enough of cleaning my ears. On the lap of the god of gastronomy Sama, Camille-san and the others seem to be having a hard time with the Crown Prince's various requests. But I'm feeling a bit of a sigh of relief. Now that I have a break, I would like to relax a bit. I have promises to make to the god of commerce Sama and the goddess of the forest Sama, but I can't think of a good idea for a promise to the god of commerce Sama right now. The promise to the goddess of the forest Sama would be to transport the people of the Earth Dragon Forest Village to the Dark Elf Island. And it hasn't been that long, so I'd better give it some time. Felicia, is there anything you want to do? I ask the two who are playing catch with Rimmer next to the sofa where I'm lying down. Master, what's wrong all of a sudden? Who had caught Rimmer, asks me curiously. I've been pretty busy lately, so I thought I'd have some fun, but I don't know what to do. Oh, I see. Then I think you and Alessia-san should think about it together. You're not planning on breaking up, are you? Is that so? It would be terrible if we decided to go out without confirming our plans and ended up splitting up, wouldn't it? That is true. Then I'll discuss it with everyone at dinner. And Felicia, if there is anything you want to do, please think about it. Since Carla-san wanted rice with sekiyoyaki gintara, we wanted to have Japanese food today. I'm in the mood for a big bowl of sea urchin today, so let's focus on sushi. I understand. Understood. What about Rimmer? Rimmer jumped on my belly. He's so cute, so I rubbed him quickly. Do you want to do something, Rimmer? Yes. Rimmer shakes and gives his thoughts. What do you want to do? I'll try my best to do most things for Rimmer. What do you want to do? Play with Fu-chan and Benny-chan. What's with this Rimmer cuteness? Is he an angel? No, Rimmer was an angel. He had such a unique ability, didn't he? I'm convinced he's cute. Well, after dinner tonight, let's invite Fu-chan and Benny-chan to play in the kids' corner of the fortress. Let's go. Yes. Rimmer jumps happily on my belly. So cute. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I think it's fine to take a break and do something interesting. Wataru-san. So what are you going to do? Alessia-san asked happily as she popped some chutara, medium-fat tuna, into her mouth. At first, she seemed uncomfortable with raw fish, but lately, she has been eating sushi without any problems. Maybe it's because she's an adventurer, or maybe she's just curious, but she's very adaptable. I thought we should all think about this. Do Alessia-san and the others have any plans or things you want to do? We just met our families the other day, so nothing in particular. Do you all have anything you want to do? Alessia-san talked to Dorothea-san and the others, but they didn't seem to have anything in particular they wanted to do. Rather, Carla-san is absorbed in eating, and Dorothea-san and Marina-san are absorbed in taking care of Fu-chan and Benny-chan. Ilma-san is enjoying sake with and Claretta-san is thinking about something while looking at the conga real sushi. They are not concentrating on the conversation. The only ones listening to what I'm saying are Alessia-san and Felicia. Wataru-san, Dorothea, and the others don't seem to have any particular opinions. I can only think of one thing I'd like to do. Go to a country I've never been to and have fun. I see, going to a country you've never been to sounds like fun. Is there any country you would like to visit, Alessia-san? I feel like I travel all year round, but it would be fun to go to a new country without any restrictions. There are countries that interest me as an adventurer, but I'm not sure if I want to go there for fun. I would rather not be interested as an adventurer. I'm not active enough to go on adventures on vacation. In that case, how about that place? How about the Aquamarine Kingdom? We had given up on it because it was too dangerous for us to go alone, and it would be hard to be active there, but I think it would be different with Wataru-san there. It's perfect for sightseeing, and with Wataru-san, we might be able to have an adventure. Ilma-san expressed her opinion after sipping from her sake cup. It's perfect for sightseeing, but an adventure? If it's with me, does that mean it's a place where ships would be active? Given the name of the country? When I couldn't understand, Alessia-san and the others started to get excited. I'm against it. I'm against going to the Aquamarine. Master, I don't think we need to force ourselves to go there to have fun. Let's just relax and enjoy the cruise. I'll give you a massage every day." Suddenly Ins raises her objection. It's rare to hear Ins object to something so fun. Alessia-san and the others are surprised and look at her with surprise. Ins, what's wrong all of a sudden?" "Nothing. I just thought it would be nice to relax." Her tiger's tail is moving impatiently, and it's obviously not just that. The tail movement is more like annoyed than amused. The reason why Ins doesn't like it. But it doesn't sound like a serious reason. "Oh, I figured it out somehow." "Hey Ins, could it be that the Aquamarine Kingdom is Ins' hometown? You said before that you didn't want to see your family because of the reason why you became a slave." Ins freaked out in a way that was easy to understand. It seemed to be the right answer. "Ins, if that's the reason, you might get scolded. But you should ask Master to let you see your family. If you don't see them when you can, you might regret it." Felicia gives Ins some serious advice. Felicia's family was safe, but it seemed that there were people who couldn't see them because their village was attacked. "But in my position, it would be awkward for me to meet Ins' family." What was the reason why Ins became a slave in the first place? From the sound of it, it can't be anything serious, can it? That's not good. "Alessia, it's not polite to ask people why they became slaves." Alessia-san is right. When I first heard it, I hesitated to buy Ins because it was so trivial and commonplace. Normally, I wouldn't ask such a question either. But when I saw the looks on Watru-san and Felicia's faces, I thought it wouldn't be a problem to ask. "Ins doesn't regret being a slave, does she?" I feel Felicia has a sense of mission and a desire to repay her debt to Watru-san, but Ins is just trying to get involved in something interesting. Alessia-san confronted Ins with a direct challenge. The two of them get along well, perhaps because they're kindred spirits in their drunkenness. Ins is at a loss for words at the sharp point, perhaps intrigued by this sight. Ilma-san, who was standing next to her, poured in some sake and tried to crack her open with her skillful storytelling. "What's that?" "Just give up and accept the scolding." Alessia-san looked aghast when she heard the reason for Ins' fall into slavery. "Foo-foo. I can't feel sorry for you. You can't be careless. You can't go into debt just to have fun." Ilma-san laughed while Claretta-san warned her seriously. "Well, that's the kind of reaction you get when you have gambling debts and fall into slavery." Ins cries that she would have been fine if she hadn't gotten hurt there, but that's not the point. "Watru-san, it would be a good opportunity for Ins, so why don't we go to the Aquamarine Kingdom?" Alessia-san is amused and suggests the Aquamarine Kingdom to me. She laughs, probably imagining an emotional reunion with Ins' parents. "As far as I'm concerned, I don't have a problem with it, but before you knew about Ins, you recommended the Aquamarine Kingdom." "What kind of country is that?" "Speaking of problems, I'm a little uncomfortable meeting Ins' family, but I'm interested in this new country." "Oh yes, of course, Aquamarine is a country that is said to have suffered some kind of natural disaster or major conflict a long time ago." It doesn't sound like a very pleasant place to hear that. I wonder if it was a demon king that the god of light Sama mentioned that went on a rampage. Well, you might think so if you only heard that part, but here's where it gets interesting. Actually, the Aquamarine Kingdom is a small kingdom on an island cut off from the continent by some great force. And what's amazing is that in the shallow part of the ocean, you can see an ancient city that has sunk. It's called a sunken city, and because the entire city is sunken, even today, valuable things are being discovered during exploration. Alessia-san says with a bright smile. It is true that a city sunk in the sea does inspire romance, but there is a country. So it's been a long time since the sunken city was discovered, right? Are they still discovering valuable things? I've heard that ancient cities look normal, and it's not like they're forgotten ruins like Angkor Wat, because it's underwater. The shallow areas have been fully explored, but the deeper areas are inhabited by sea monsters. We were curious about it too, but we couldn't use water magic, so we gave up. But with Watru-san's ship, we can be sure of safety. Even if we can't go into the sea, it will still be fun. Everyone except Ins agreed with Alessia-san's happy voice. "Ins, please don't look at me like an abandoned puppy." Flame Tiger Tribe. Tigers belong to the cat family, don't they? Unable to bear her gaze, I gently look away. Hey, Master's beautiful slave is staring at you with wet eyes. Why do you look away? Do you want to go? Are you going to the aquamarine, Master? Sorry Ins. A sunken city sounds kind of cool, doesn't it? And that's the point. Ins should at least say hello to your family. I'm sure they're worried. I don't feel comfortable with In's family either. But if I hear about a sinking city or something. Besides, it's not like they don't get along, so I hope she just gives up and accepts the scolding. After that, I'm sure we can build a good relationship. I guess I don't have any allies. Ins mutters sadly. I want to tell her not to go, but someone's hand stops me. Felicia looks at me with a raised hand and silently shakes her head from side to side. Does that mean I'm not to be fooled? I hear a tongue click from inside. I'm about to be completely fooled. Then it is decided that our next destination will be the Aquamarine Kingdom. Dorothea-san, Marina-san, Rima wants to play with Fu-chan and Benny-chan, so I'm thinking of going to the children's room of the fortress. Can I go with you? Me too. If you want to go to the stronghold, I'll go too. I have to collect stuffed animals again. Dorothea-san and Marina-san are also coming with me. Claretta-san seems to want to collect stuffed animals again since she donated them to the orphanage. Carla-san also stopped eating and stood up. Normally, Carla-san would continue eating, but she is going to help Claretta-san. I told Ins she could have a drink and left the Japanese restaurant. Ins probably drinks out of desperation. Cash on hand, 25 gold coins, 98 silver coins, 23 copper coins. Guild account, 0 platinum, 70 gold. Savings boat, 922 platinum coins. Pepper boat, 0. Charity spending, 81 platinum coins, 63 gold coins, another 900 platinum coins with the God of Commerce Sama. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 10 Chapter 2. Thanks to just some guy for the Kofia and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 1520. Chapter 2. Start. With the exception of Ins, the decision about our next destination was unanimous. Well, Ins will be uncomfortable to see her family, but it should be better to see them than not to see them later. I hope she won't mind because they will be angry as well. Good morning, Master. Good morning, Felicia. After the morning routine. What happened to Ins? Felicia's eyes turned to the bed next to me. In the bed was Ins, awake but groaning. She has a hangover? It seems pretty bad. She seemed slightly desperate when we parted yesterday, and I'm sure she was in a straight line of despair. Good morning, Rima. I held Rima in my arms as he jumped on me, and stroked him from the very first morning. It's bliss, isn't it? Ins, we're only moving today, so you can go back to sleep. Felicia, I'm sorry, but could you get room service for breakfast and take care of Ins for me? I'm going to have a meeting with Alessia-san and the others to discuss our departure. Well, I don't know if Alessia-san and the others will get up since they've been drinking, but I promised Dorothea-san that we would have breakfast in the main dining room in the kids' corner, so that should be fine. Understood. I leave Ins with Felicia and walk out of the room with Rima on my head. Dorothea-san, Marina-san, Carla-san, and Claretta-san are all here because they went back to their rooms early. Huh? Alessia-san and Ilma-san, who went along with Ins' desperate drink, are probably not there. Good morning. I exchange morning greetings with the members of Girasol, who have gathered in the main dining room. As expected, Alessia-san and Ilma-san are not here. Are Alessia-san and Ilma-san hungover? I'm sorry they have to accompany Ins. No, Alessia and Ilma just wanted to have a drink. Don't worry. At the urging of Dorothea-san, who was smiling bitterly, I sat down on a chair. Rima jumped out of my head and flew off to greet Fu-chan and Benny-chan in the morning. Even though he can fly, he doesn't fly at times like this. Is he obsessed with something? As we all watched them gently, the delicate atmosphere was lifted. Rima and the others have a wonderful healing effect, don't they? So, to get to Aquamarine from here, it's closer to going around the Empire side. We talk over a hearty steak in the morning. Last night it was sushi, and today we're going on a new journey. We need to eat some meat to give us strength. Yes, it's 2 countries over from Palermo, So it's definitely faster to go through the sea on the Empire side. So the country is still beyond Palermo. Then it would be a long way to go on the southern city side, huh? If it's so close to the Empire, is it okay with human supremacy? Yes, the Aquamarine Kingdom is not a race supremacist. The cut-off land is surrounded by the sea, and it would be very difficult without a race associated with the sea. They are so generous to the beastmen that they even have a connection to the mermaids. In addition, the island is inhabited by many species that excel in the sea, so the Empire could not touch it. Because of this advantage, the beastmen have taken refuge there. Well, it's an island surrounded by the sea, with many experts in naval warfare. It's hard for the Empire to mess with them, huh? Did you say mermaids? I've heard a little bit about them, so I knew they existed, but can I finally meet them? I was actually looking forward to it, but now I'm really starting to enjoy it. I'm just wondering, if there are mermaids out there, wouldn't every inch of the sunken city have been explored? There are mermaids and fishmen who have explored, but even mermaids have a hard time fighting monsters in the sunken city, where there are many hidden places. It would be very difficult if they were attacked while exploring inside the building. I thought mermaids were invincible in the sea, but I guess not. I kind of get it now. I think it's because they can move freely in the sea and are basically no different from those of us who can move freely on land. It seems to be close to the situation what Rusan described. The mermaids are few and far between even in the Aquamarine Kingdom, and it is mainly the fishmen who are active in the Aquamarine Kingdom. I didn't know there were so few mermaids. It's unfortunate. But that doesn't mean that mermaids don't exist, and we can find them if we look for them. What if they wear shell bikinis? I want to take a picture. Speaking of fishmen, what kind of people are they? I was so focused on the mermaids that I didn't pay attention to them, even though I had never heard of them before. Fishmen. They are a race of people who, like beastmen, have the characteristics of various sea creatures. Most of them don't look much different from us, but there are some fishmen who have strongly inherited the characteristics of sea creatures. However, it seems that such people have a hard time living in ordinary cities, so they live in many Aquamarine Kingdom where people understand them. If they don't look much different, does that mean I've seen fishmen too? My own relationships with people are so distant, and it seems that I am unusually ignoring them. The Aquamarine Kingdom sounds like an interesting place. Yes, we have been interested in it for a long time, but it is also a difficult place to get to, so we are looking forward to it. Dorothea-san smiles. It's a country that's hard for Girasol to get to because it's a long way from here through the Empire, and even going the other way to Palermo was a tough trip. It must have been frustrating because it's a fascinating place just to hear about. How did Ins get through the difficult route when she was a beastman? It sounds like she's doing something crazy. Wataru, eat more. Oops, it seems that Tremor finished eating while we were talking. I'm still interested in finding out what kind of place the Aquamarine Kingdom is, but we have to set our departure time and route first. I ordered more breakfast for Rimmer and then talked to Dorothea-san and the others again. Then it's okay for us to leave now, isn't it? Then we'll be on autopilot to the Empire, and we'll leave right away. Please let Alessia-san and Ilma-san know as well. I finished my breakfast, and Rimmer, Fu, and Benny-chan had finished their rounds, so we lightly reaffirmed what we had discussed and parted ways. Well, we all had nothing special to do, so we just left on autopilot. *****. How did this happen? Fufu, it's because Wataru-san was talking about boat races, isn't it? I muttered a few words, to which Claretta-san replied in an amused tone. There were only about 2 days left until the Allied base in the Empire I was at. It had been an uneventful and pleasant boat trip until lunch earlier, but it was a bad idea to talk about the boat race. I didn't notice that the eyes of Alessia-san, Marina-san, and Ins lit up, and as a result of our relaxed conversation, the hearts of the boat racing enthusiasts were ignited. I just saw a racing boat for sale on the ship purchase screen, so I told them about a racing boat manga I liked. Yes, I talked about it, but why would they want to start racing out of the blue? I dismissed them because they said they wanted to race a boat, but why would they want to race a galette? And it's a long-distance race. Also, the fuel would be taken from the boat beforehand, and a large amount of stored fuel would be secured. Is it really worth it to have alternatives and portable rations? And by the way, for the race, they also destroyed the monsters that had gathered around the Chris, and they are very motivated. I don't know, but it would have been a fascinating story for someone who likes to maneuver boats. Look at them. They all look like they're having a great time. Yes, they do look like they're having a good time. But they have a competitive face. And apart from Felicia, Dorothea-san, and Ilma-san are totally involved. Galette number 1, Alessia-san and Dorothea-san. Galette number 2, Marina-san and Ilma-san. Galette number 3, Ins and Felicia. When Watru-san gives the signal, we'll start. The goal is a cove just before the Allied base in the Empire, marked by a large rock. But we don't have a map, so don't go to places where you can't see land. And don't go too fast when you can see other ships. No passing until you pull away a little too fast and are out of sight. Other than that, there are no other rules. Alessia-san shouted the rules in a high voice. There are 2 days of distance with the Chris. Even though the Galette is significantly faster than the Chris, it is still dangerous to slow down during the night. That would make the race a full day. Since it's their first race, I don't understand why they think easy is no fun or make it harder for themselves when they could just do it somewhere closer. Well, the ship isn't going to break or sink, and we've decided how we're going to meet. Besides, everyone is at a high level and physically fit, so as long as no one gets lost, they should be fine. If one of the ship summoning slots hadn't been lost because of the castle, I would have felt even safer because I could have picked it up on the Lato. But the reward is a date with the god of gastronomy Sama and an ear cleaning with a lap pillow. I'll take a little inconvenience. Oops, Alessia-san and the others are giving me strong looks, asking me if I'm ready. I guess they want me to give them the signal to start. I raise my right hand high in the air, and with a single wave, all 3 power boats fly off at once. They're gone, aren't they? What do we do now? I want a snack. A cake would be nice. Carla-san, with Fu-chan on her head and Benny-chan in her arms, quickly made the request. Both Fu-chan and Benny-chan are shaking their bodies with happiness, and Rimo on my head is also twitching. So I guess it's decided to be cake. By the way, Dorothea-san and Marina-san wanted to take Fu-chan and Benny-chan with them. But Fu-chan and Benny-chan, who understood the details of the race, clung to Carla-san and didn't want to leave. When I talked to them, they said they didn't want to eat portable food for a whole day. Dorothea-san and Marina-san were really depressed. Well, Fu-chan and Benny-chan like to eat, too, so I guess it can't be helped. Let's go to the cafe then, shall we? Is that okay with you, Claretta-san? Yes, I don't mind going to the cafe either. Shall we go? If you say I'm curious about the race, I am, but I have a pretty good idea where the race is going, so we'll just relax and enjoy the cruise. Besides, it would be a chance to get to know Carla-san and Claretta-san even better. It's a great opportunity, so I'm going to enjoy it as well. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 10 Chapter 3. Thanks to just some guy for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 1620. Chapter 3, Unusual. We set sail for the Aquamarine Kingdom, and when I accidentally talked about boat racing, a long-distance race started on the Galette. I'll think about what I say next time. I like this one. Carla-san chewed a piece of chocolate cake with a big smile on her face. She is a very beautiful woman, but it is strange that she looks so good while eating the cake like a child. It is also strange that Rimo, Fu-chan, and Benny-chan are standing on both sides of her, eating chocolate cake together. Sometimes Rimo, Fu-chan, and Benny-chan seem to be more attached to Carla-san than to me, Dorothea-san, and Marina-san, who are their contractors. This is especially true during dinner time. It's a mild form of jealousy. Is something wrong, Watru-san? I looked at the smiling scene with a vague smile when Claretta-san asked me curiously. No, I was just thinking how heartwarming it was to see Carla-san, Rimo, Fu-chan, and Benny-chan eating cake side by side. Fufu. It really is heartwarming, isn't it? That's right. Especially the way they were totally unconcerned about me and Claretta-san talking and just concentrated on the cake was kind of cute. We spent a leisurely time watching Carla-san and the others. What are we going to do after this? It's just the three of us until tomorrow night, so what should we do? Well, Alessia and the others are having fun, so we should do something fun as well. What, Trusan? Can the three of us do something fun? When I asked the question, it came back as a difficult question. Something fun, huh? For me, just spending time at the pool with the two of them is fun enough, but that's not what she was asking me now. I should think that some unusual situation is required. Something unusual. I thought of one thing, but I wonder if this is something Claretta-san would enjoy. I have an idea, Claretta-san. Why don't we do something completely different from what we usually do? Something different? Yes, that's right. Basically, among the members we work with, I think we are one of the more serious ones. Carla-san is very sensible, except when it comes to food, and Claretta-san never misses cleaning the church every day and supporting Alessia-san and the others in their daily lives. If it were not for stuffed animals and cooking, she would be a perfectly reasonable person. I'm the same because I'm always sloppy, but Carla-san and Claretta-san's sloppy appearance is a rarity. Seriously? She doesn't seem to have a clear idea of what I mean. Claretta-san is not trying to live a serious life, but she seems to be a serious person by nature. In short, I'd like to try something we don't usually do. We'll have drinks during the day, get a beauty treatment or a massage, that kind of day. Except for Carla-san and Claretta-san, the rest of the group members live like that, but those two don't really live like that except when they are in group activities. Even during those group activities, they are often there to support the group, so you could say that they don't really do it at all. I can't really see myself doing that. Is it fun for you? I think it's fun for me, but I can't guarantee it's fun for you, Claretta-san. But it will be a different kind of day. I guess so. There's nothing special to do, so let's try to act differently than usual. What, Trusan? May I ask you to accompany me? Ha ha ha. I don't know if it's necessary to have an escort for the lazy activities, but I will escort you through the depraved life as best I can for the whole day today. Then, I guess we'll start with a beer in the bathtub, right? Depraved, huh? Oh no, Claretta-san is dressed like a priest, and she's also a dedicated church manager. The word depraved is definitely a bad choice. Claretta-san? Foo-foo, depraved. When my father often skips work, and my mother gets angry with him, he says he wants to live a depraved life without work. I wonder if my father will be jealous if I enjoy a depraved life first. What, Trusan? What's wrong with your surprised face? No, Claretta-san is a priest, and I was just wondering if you didn't like the sound of the word depraved. What, Trusan? I respect the gods, but I am also an adventurer. I'm not that uptight. If I were, I would have scolded Alessia and the others more. That was very convincing. It seems that Claretta-san has a more flexible personality than I expected. That's good to hear. Is this okay with you, Carla-san? What? Carla-san said, tilting her head. Looking at the cake plates piled up in front of her, she must not have heard any of our conversation. I don't really understand, but I'll leave it up to Watru-san. But I want you to prepare the food. Understood. Then let's put on our swimsuits and go to my room, shall we? We'll have a light banquet in the whirlpool tub facing the ocean. I stood up, and Rima climbed up my body and sat on my head. Fu-chan is on Carla-san's head, and Benny-chan is on Claretta-san's head. Apparently, Rima and the others plan to act this way while Dorothea-san and Marina-san are away. Well, they're cute, so I guess it's okay. Cheers. In the best room on a luxury liner, sitting in the whirlpool bathtub overlooking the ocean, the three of us toast with a can of beer. The taste is approved by the gods. It's surprisingly precious now that I can't summon a storage ship because the ship's summoning quota is full. Well, the amount of stuff in the fridge will be enough this time. With a whirlpool and the ocean, champagne seems more appropriate. But when I think of being lazy, beer seems more correct, which is strange. I pour beer down my throat and soak in the whirlpool bath. Even though it's bad for my body, I feel great. Besides, the fact that Carla-san and Claretta-san are with me is interesting and unusual. Foo-foo, I really feel depraved doing something like this, even though it's not a banquet. I think it's good to take a break like this once in a while. How about you, Kala-san? It's delicious. Kala-san crunches on the cheese and salami that Saparabi brought. Yeah, it's not bland, but she seems to enjoy it because after eating the salami, she gulps down a beer and squints her eyes while soaking in the whirlpool bathtub. Wataru, Rimmer too. Rimmer wants some snacks, to eat. Perhaps in response to my voice, Fu-chan, and Benny-chan, who was swept away by the current of the whirlpool bath, deftly approached me. They seem to want to eat as well. I want another one too. I understand. What about you, Claretta-san? Yes, that's right. Me, too, please. And can I have another can of beer, please? Oh, I feel like Claretta-san is being more aggressive than usual. She's a serious person, so I think she's really thinking about acting differently today. But I welcome that kind of Claretta-san. Understood. Anyway, I ordered snacks for 6 from room service and had Saparabi bring them to me, along with a can of beer. After that, I thought we'd go to the spa for a beauty treatment and massage, but it looks like we're going to be partying for a while. It was a rare opportunity for me, and it would be a waste to get drunk and collapse here. I'll have to find the right time to go to the next one. ******. Alessia and Dorothea Group. Alessia, you're going too fast. At this speed, I won't be able to maintain my strength. What are you talking about? We've been on many adventures where we didn't stop for a whole day. We'll keep going at this pace. Calm down, Alessia. We've never gone so fast and felt so much vibration for so long. Why are we in such a hurry? Dorothea, we have to slow down at night. But Marina, Alma, and Felicia have good night vision. We are at a disadvantage, so we have to make up the difference while it is still light. This is a disadvantage even before the race. You should think about how you're going to put the group together. Marina and Ilma should be separated. There's nothing we can do about that. I didn't realize it until after the race. But that doesn't mean we have to lose. Dorothea, you have to get fired up. Marina and Ilma group. Alessia and the others are running so fast, aren't they? Alma, do you want us to go? Well, the race is long, so there's no need to rush now, is there? She's obviously out of control. Yes, running at top speed is indeed nerve-wracking, so why don't we maintain our current speed? Fu, it's rare that Marina doesn't go fast in the galette. Don't you want to have some fun, too? It would be fun to go full speed, but I don't like to lose. I left Fu-chan behind to join the race. I'm going to win. Well, it's nice that you want to win. But you didn't leave Fu-chan behind. She refused to go with you, right? I thought you wanted to maintain your current speed. I'm in the mood to go a little faster. Ins and Felicia group. We're in 3rd place now. Hey Felicia. Marina and the others don't seem to be chasing Alessia, so what about us? This time, the most formidable enemy is Marina's group. We should pretend to go after Alessia's group and get away from them. Then they won't follow us. Then, we will gradually move away from Marina's group while conserving our strength. Why Marina's group? Alessia is also a good handler. Alessia's group can't see at night. The race will take place after dark, and Alessia's group will be at a disadvantage when it comes to choosing team members. That's why they're going as fast as they can to cover as much distance as possible. I see what you mean. Then Marina's group has the best advantage because they both have good night vision. That's why you'll have to pull them apart gradually to conserve your strength. Yes, I think it would be faster for me to run alone at night. So, Ins, you'll have to do your best while it's still light. I agree. I'll go after Alessia now. Felicia, you rest and use as little energy as possible. Yes, please. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 10 Chapter 4. Thanks to just some guy for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 1720. Chapter 4. This is how it's going to be. The boat race began suddenly. Me, Carla-san, and Claretta-san did not participate in the race. And since a somewhat unusual combination of Rimmer, Fu-chan, and Benny-chan remained on the ship, we decided to do something different from the usual. Basically, I produced a lazy time for the serious Claretta-san and Carla-san. Well, that was refreshing. What True-san, what shall we do next? After a relaxing soak in the jacuzzi and relaxing drink, We gave our body a thorough cleaning with a massage and a beauty treatment. It seemed to feel quite good, and Claretta-san stretched out with a very destructive power of That's nice. Well, yes. Then let's change into our night clothes first. Huh? It's still early in the evening, isn't it? Are we going to bed? What about dinner? Claretta-san is surprised, and Carla-san is worried about the food. We're having what is commonly known as a pajama party. It's supposed to be a girls-only event, but this is a different world, and it's okay for me to be in the mix. A pajama party? Are we having dinner? Simply put, we change into our night clothes and lounge around the room, chatting aimlessly and eating delicious food. We are adults, so we also drink alcohol. Of course, we also eat, so don't worry, Carla-san. Since it's a party today, you can have all-you-can-eat room service in the room. We're going to eat in our night clothes while relaxing? That sounds like something my parents would be upset about. I can eat all I want. Claretta-san tilted her head and wondered if it was okay, while Carla-san's eyes lit up at the words all-you-can-eat. After the previous lecture on the ferry, Carla-san moderated her eating habits. From my point of view, she still eats a lot, though. Fu-chan and Benny-chan, who are sitting on Carla-san and Claretta-san's heads, are also twitching excitedly. Remo on top of my head is also shaking, and the slime seems to be ready to eat as well. Claretta-san, normally you would be scolded for doing this, but it's okay because we're having a day of depravity today. It's okay? It's alright. I'm fine with it. Perhaps the all-you-can-eat deal was effective, but Carla-san was on my side, and when we pushed hard for a two-for-one situation, Claretta-san, who had been confused, finally relented. Okay, let's have a pajama party. But I don't have any pajamas. Well, since room service isn't enough, I'll go around the Chris to get some food, and we'll meet in my room in half an hour. What, True-san? If you want to get food, I'll help you. I'll help too. Is that so? Then let's split up and get our favorite dishes. Then I will see you in half an hour. So the three of us will split up and collect the dishes. Since there's no time lost after ordering, it looks like we'll be able to collect a lot of dishes. But will we be able to eat them? With Carla-san and Remo and the others, I don't think we'll have too much food, so it'll be fine. Okay. Let's get the sushi first. ******. It doesn't feel right. Claretta squirms in her t-shirt and shorts. She looks very cute. But unfortunately, everyone is in t-shirts and shorts, and not a single person is in pajamas, even though it's a pajama party. I guess it was not good that everyone was used to wearing t-shirts when I bought the fortress. I could recommend pajamas on the Chris. But since t-shirts and shorts are also hard to throw away, it's quite a challenge. I don't really think anything of it, but what about you, Carla-san? I don't really know, but I like it when things are easy. Carla-san doesn't seem to mind and already sitting on the sofa with Remo and the others, looking at the food the three of us have gathered. Let's make a quick toast and have a pajama party. It's a party, so let's make a toast. Well, it's a pajama party for slacking off. So why do we need a toast? Let's just start at random and linger until we reach our limit. *****. I see, this is what happens to Carla-san and Claretta-san when they get drunk. I didn't know that because Carla-san always focuses on eating, and Claretta-san always stops at a moderate point. You-fu-fu, you-fu-fu, you-fu-fu-fu, fu-fu-fu, fu-fu-fu, fu-fu-fu-fu. They were both in a super good mood, humming randomly and spinning around. Fortunately, they are not in a bad mood like crying, drinking, or suddenly getting angry, but it is a little scary when they are in such a good mood. I'm sure it felt good until about halfway through. We enjoyed our drinks and aimless conversations while leisurely picking up food and room service. Carla-san and Remo, and the others enjoyed a lot of food. And Claretta-san told me stories about the old days of Alessia-san and the others. Yes, things were getting crazy around here. Claretta-san's tension rose rapidly as she talked about the good times she had spent working hard and steadily when she first became an adventurer, emptying her high-grade cocktails with a snap. Then she started recommending cocktails she liked to Carla-san and me, making the place even more chaotic. The danger level increased when Carla-san, who was recommended by Claretta-san for the cocktail's sweetness and deliciousness, started drinking her cocktail with Claretta-san. Claretta-san speaks eloquently. Carla-san drinks the cocktail recommended by Claretta-san while eating the food. The next thing I know, the two of them are dancing happily for some reason. Rimmer, Fu-chan, and Benny-chan are also jumping up and down around them. Not only Rimmer and the others were jumping up and down, but also Carla-san and Claretta-san, who were so excited. Happiness may be just around the corner. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Let's catch up. Yes, if we let go here, we'll never catch up. Alessia, watch out for the pull. I'll stay diagonally behind you. Leave it to me. Phew, it's hard when you have to repeat a conversation out loud so many times. We took as many breaks as we could and ran as fast as we could all day, but we couldn't hold on to the lead. We stayed ahead for 3 hours until it got dark, and they caught up with us. That's how much less time we had to spend in the dark, relying on our lights to catch the boats ahead of us. It wasn't a total waste. Hey, Dorothea, that's Ins and Felicia ahead of us, right? Where's Marina and Ilma? I don't see any light ahead of them. Maybe they're still far away. What's wrong? It's been dark for a long time, and Marina and Ilma, who we thought were our strongest opponents, are not here. Oh well, the chances of an accident are slim to none, so we'll just concentrate on Ins and the others ahead of us. Oh geez. Felicia, you're so out of character. Just go straight. Alessia, even if you screamed, they couldn't hear you over the roar of the boat. Calm down. Felicia is trying to drain our power. If we don't stay calm, we'll be exhausted by the time it gets light. Dorothea had a point, but moving so much from side to side would take all our nerves and energy. Dorothea, I'm going to take this opportunity to move forward. Wait a minute, if you go forward now, they'll just pass us right back. I know. That's why we'll block them. Dorothea, we'll steer the boat when we're in front of them. We'll use the drag to slow them down. I don't like being swung around. I'll hold them off and show Felicia what I can do. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It's getting brighter, isn't it? Yes, Fufu. The timing of the refueling also worked in our favor, and we held off Ins and Felicia. When it gets light, we won't lose any more. We're going to win. Dorothea, let's switch places. Alessia, you must be exhausted. Are you sure you can handle it? Of course I'm fine. We quickly switch the controls on the wobbly boat. I'm going to hold her down until the end and finish on top. Alessia, over that big rock is the Goal Cove. We're almost there, so don't let your guard down. I'll be fine. I've held them off so far. I'll hold them off until the end. Fufu, I can see the finish line now. Ins is trying to overtake us, but it's no use. We're going to win. We're going to cross the big rock that marks the finish line, and then we're going to finish in the bay. Hey Dorothea, why are Marina and Ilma ahead of us? They didn't pass us, did they? Yes, that's how it should be. But they're actually right in front of us. I know. Why is that? If I don't know, I'll just have to ask. As I pull my boat over to Marina's group, In's group behind me looks a little confused and does the same. They look a little confused as well. Thanks for your hard work. It must have taken quite a while to get both boats here. I was a bit worried about you. Ilma isn't being sarcastic, is she? She doesn't look proud of herself at all. How could Ilma and Marina have finished before us if you were so slow? We don't remember being passed. We didn't see you either. What on earth were you doing? I asked, and Ins did the same. Ins and Felicia don't remember being passed either. What do you mean you didn't notice? Well, it can't be helped that you acted that way. You know, when he caught up with you, there was a big fight between the two boats. So you caught up with us long after dark. Yes, you were further apart than I thought, which surprised both Marina and me. When we caught up with you, I convinced Marina not to join you in the fight, so we turned off the lights and took a big detour to pass you. You geese were zipping from side to side, so it was pretty easy to pass you. So the rest of the race was pretty normal. So she's saying that while I was concentrating on stopping In's group, she was sneaking past me? You should be in the race. It's a race. I agree. That race looked like fun. When I complained to Ilma, Marina, who was on the same team as Ilma, agreed with me. She wanted to participate in the fight, so she's not happy about it. No, I don't like it. It's too tiring for me to move that hard. In most races, the first one to finish wins. Well, I'd like to say that's not what I meant, but since Ilma was involved in the race and wasn't so enthusiastic about it, it's hard for me to say. Everyone shouldn't be so upset. We won the race this time. That's okay. Next time you can go alone without substitutes. Then everyone can play as they like, Alma said with a wry smile. Well, she's right. We decided on a long-distance race because we wanted to have fun for a long time. But next time, we'll think of a race with a distance that's just right for everyone. I understand. You win this time. Well, let's go back. If we go out into the open sea and run toward the Chris, Wataru-san will adjust the course for us. Let's take it easy and go back. For a moment, I thought about racing back to the Chris, but I was tired and decided against it. Striving for the Luxury Liner. Volume 10 Chapter 5. Thanks to just some guy for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 1820. Chapter 5. I saw the island. Last night's pajama party was a very meaningful time for me because I got to see Carla-san and Claretta-san in a very unusual way. It's nice to plan a lazy event like this once in a while. A pajama party with all the participants would be fun. Since we hadn't agreed to have breakfast together this morning, Rimmer and I had breakfast in the main dining room and took a leisurely stroll around the ship. Alessia-san and the others are still in the middle of their race, but it looks like they will arrive in a few hours. We'll have to adjust our course when they return, so let's not forget that. As I walked around, I found Carla-san and Claretta-san having tea at a cafe. I'll join them for tea. Good morning. Morning. Oh, good morning, Wataru-san. I greeted Carla-san and Claretta-san in the morning and petted Fu-chan and Benny-chan, who jumped on me. But Claretta-san looks at me with a red face. The memory of yesterday must still be fresh in her mind. I think it would be better if I pretended not to care. But if I leave it as it is, I'm sure Claretta-san will hold back next time, and I won't be able to see yesterday's pleasant scene. I'd like to ask a little more, but it's hard to know how much to ask her. Yesterday was fun, wasn't it? It was fun. When I asked her about it, Carla-san nodded with a smile. It doesn't seem to bother Carla-san. Why yes, Wataru-san, I'm sorry for showing you something embarrassing last night. As expected, Claretta-san was worried about yesterday. I want to end this conversation well. We were just drinking and having fun, and there was nothing embarrassing about it. I think you are taking this too seriously, Claretta-san. What happened yesterday is normal for a human being. Actually, it's a pretty good part of the drinking habit. It's 100 times better than being out of control and getting into trouble. But I couldn't control my feelings, and I got carried away. I, for one, wish she had been more excited. In the end, she said she had drunk too much and was going back to the room, and she took Carla-san and went back to her room as usual. No, if you say it like that, me, Carla-san, Rimmer, and the others were all excited. Should we apologize as well? It's a cowardly question because there's no way Claretta-san would ask me to apologize, but it's for the sake of a fun drinking party, so please forgive me. No, Wataru-san and the others have nothing to apologize for. That's the expected answer. If it were Ilma-san or Ins, I would probably get an embarrassing answer. Since we have nothing to apologize for, you have nothing to apologize for either, Claretta-san. It is normal to make such a fuss. Alessia-san and the others make a lot of noise, but it would be worse if you didn't make a fuss. I know it's hard to keep a cool head at a drinking party, but I wanted to see Claretta-san in a frenzy, so I spoke out of turn. Is that so? Yes, it is. I know it's a lot of fun when everyone makes noise together. Don't you think so? I suppose. Claretta-san nodded her head, then tilted her head. Did I manage to convince her? Well, that should make drinking a little easier at the next party. Probably. That's why I don't mind. So what do you want to do today? We were slacking off yesterday, so how about a little tennis to get some exercise? Both Carla-san and Claretta-san seemed to have no problem with it, so we went to the tennis court. Exercise and a change of scenery would be perfect. Whoa. Alessia-san and the others are coming towards us from the open sea. Looks like the race ended without incident. At this rate, We should be able to catch up with them in the evening. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. That's the thing about the otherworldly people playing tennis, isn't it? They move in a way that looks like it could be taken from a Tennis Prince manga or something. If it weren't for the indestructible effect on the tennis equipment, the rackets would probably break, and the tennis balls would probably explode. However, I was able to keep up with Carla-san and Claretta-san's moves to a certain extent. It was a good feeling to have the two of them take it easy on me while we played. When it comes to a match, I can't even beat Claretta-san, who is the rear guard, but I can still get into the form of a match. To have a decent match with Carla-san, it was just right for me and Claretta-san against Carla-san. Beer after exercise is the best. After sweating through sports for the first time in a while and holding back some hydration toward the end, the beer tastes really good. It's bad for the body to hold back hydration, but I'm willing to push myself to the limit for the delicious taste. Fufu, Wataru-san. You said the same thing after your bath. Beer is great after a bath and after exercise. It's not a mistake to say the same thing. Why don't you both have a beer? I'd rather eat than drink beer. Not today. It's only noon. Why don't we have lunch after we take a shower? I'm sure Alessia-san and Ilma-san would have had a drink without me telling them, but it's pretty hard, and drinking alone is a little lonely. I agreed to take a shower and have lunch, and after deciding to meet them at an Italian restaurant, I separated from them. After lunch and relaxing, Alessia-san and the others would be back. I wondered why it was a race, but in a way, it was a nice event on a relaxing and unexciting boat trip. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Hey, Claretta-san. Isn't Alessia-san and the others having a bit of a hard time? I think so. They seem to be working through their depression. But Ins and Felicia feel the same way, right? Yes, I suppose so. Marina-san and the others are normal, and I think it was Marina-san's group that won. Below us, two powerboats are chasing the monsters that have gathered around the Chris as if they are letting out their anger. Well, if they feel better after letting out their anger, the atmosphere will be better when they come back up, and I'll let the monsters make the sacrifice. However, before Alessia-san and the others left, the monsters around the Chris were wiped out, so there weren't many of them. I'm worried about whether the monsters will be able to hold out until Alessia-san and the others are refreshed. Welcome back. Did you have a good time? I greeted Alessia-san and the others upon their return and asked them how they felt about the race. Yes, it was fun, but it was frustrating because we lost, Alessia-san said as she looked at Marina-san and Ilma-san. I see, it looks like it was those two who won, as expected. Well, let's talk about it later. You must be tired, so please take a bath and refresh yourself. What about dinner? It's hard if you haven't slept, isn't it? If I go to bed now, my life will fall apart, so I'll have dinner with you. I'm in the mood for a drink. Alessia-san says something decent for someone who has been blasting through the night. But the rhythm of life is just a cover, and she probably really wants to have a drink. Well, tonight is going to be a hard night. I leave Alessia-san and the others and go back to my room to listen to Ins and Felicia. Well, while Alessia-san's group and Ins' group fought hard, Marina-san's group came out on top. They really embodied the word profit while others fight. That's why you lost. Ilma-san's strategy completely won. They didn't break any rules, so you can't complain. I know, but it's frustrating. The game was a heated battle of nerves and physical strength. We lost in the end because Alessia's group held our way, but we were satisfied until we found Marina's group resting comfortably at the finish. Since when does Ins have this tenacity? During a race, she seems to have flames in her eyes like a hot-blooded manga hero. Yes, go take a bath, both of you. I let Ins and Felicia go to the bathroom and lie down on the bed. Wataru, you don't want to take a bath? Rima comes over to my stomach and sends me a strange thought. It's probably strange because when Ins and Felicia took a bath, we always took a bath together. But I don't want to go in with them now because I'm afraid I'll have to deal with their complaints. I guess I'm a stay away from danger kind of guy. Today is the day I use words I rarely use, such as profit while others fight and stay away from danger. While rubbing Rima, I made the excuse that I had just taken a bath. Ilma-san is amused and triumphant at the dinner table, with the composition of frustrated losers gnashing their teeth. It was hard. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ins, are you sure that island is the Aquamarine Kingdom? We arrived near the Aquamarine Kingdom, so we changed to the Lotto and were looking for the island when we saw a large island in front of us. It was much larger than I had imagined. Yes, it is. A few days after the race, we finally see the island where the Aquamarine Kingdom is located. Aside from that rough dinner party, the boat ride was relaxing and peaceful. Maybe it's just as well that people are a little uninspired. Maybe that's not what I said before, but it's my honest feeling right now. Ins, you don't have to sound so disgusted. It's good for you to show your face to your parents, so give it up. No. Ins turns her head away. She still doesn't want to see her parents. She was fine with it until halfway, but as we got closer to the Aquamarine Kingdom, she seemed to get more and more anxious. When she saw the Aquamarine Kingdom in front of her, she was in a very bad mood. Well, it was her own fault, but I understand how she felt because she did not want to return to her homeland as a slave. I hope she considers herself lucky that her hometown was an attractive place to live. When you say sunken cities, people want to see them. Ins, which way is the royal capital? Ins turned her head to the side and did not look at me. It seems to be her last stand. Fufu, what Trusan? I've heard that the royal capital is on the open sea. I heard that there is a big city on the continental side, but the sunken city is in the royal capital. Alessia-san laughed and pointed us in the direction of the royal capital. Ins, don't cluck your tongue. But if she doesn't want to go to the capital, then In's parents' house must be in the capital. I'm getting nervous too. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 10 Chapter 6. Thanks to just some guy for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 1920. Chapter 6. Flabbergasted. We finally got to the point where we could see the Aquamarine Kingdom. I don't remember it being so hard to say finally, but we've arrived at a new kingdom. I don't mind getting a little excited. Hey, Ins, I know that big city is the capital. But why is the harbor so far from the capital? The royal capital faces the sea so majestically that I was afraid of a tsunami. On the hill in the background, you can see a magnificent castle. It's a view that could attract tourists from the seaside. However, the harbor is clearly out of place in the royal capital. Ins, if you continue like this, I'll use all my energy to find your family. Is that okay with you? That's not fair, Master. But Ins is unhappy because she doesn't want to see her family, right? Well, then you can give up after you see your family, right? Alright. Then I'll explain it to you properly, and you have to promise not to look for my family. Master's goal is to find the sunken city, so it's okay with you, right? Is that so? From what I've heard before, it's not like they don't get along, and it would be better if she could show her face. But I don't want Ins to hate me for being so nosy, so I will accept her conditions here. Alright, but you can't limit our activities just because you don't want to look for them. For example, if we happen to walk toward In's parents' house, you can't say we can't go there. I understand. If we run into each other by chance, it can't be helped. I'll give up. She accepted the conditions surprisingly easily. Maybe her parents' house is in a place where non-locals don't go. I feel like I'm rushing into this, but I'm sure it's not a problem since it's typical to run into the family at this time. Then, can you explain to me why the harbor is far away from the royal capital? Yes, because there is a sunken city in front of the capital. If you go a little closer, there are buoys on the water, so you have to go between the buoys, or else you will hit the ruins, except for small boats. So the reason there's a port there is because the ruins are destroyed there, and it's safe to come and go. Sunken city. I'd heard you could see it from the royal capital, and I imagined it was nearby, but it seems to be in a shallower place than I thought. I'm a little excited. Hey, so maybe there are ruins under this place too? As I asked the question, I looked down at the sea from the flying bridge, but I could not see the bottom of the sea. The sea is quite clear and beautiful, but the distance to the bottom of the sea seems to be quite deep. I think it probably exists. I have heard that the sunken city is quite large, and there are other cities in the deep sea. It's so deep that even fishermen can't reach it, and only mermaids can reach it. An underwater city in the deep sea that only mermaids can reach. I'm very curious about this as well. After I bought the luxury liner, I found out that the submarine was sold as an unlocked item. I'm interested in both the underwater city and the submarine. Since it's a ship I summon, I'm sure it's safe, but I'm a little scared to actually go underwater. Well, if I say that there is a submarine, I am sure that an adventure will start, and after I check out the sunken city, if I really want to go to the underwater city, I will talk about it. Master, the boy with the flag floating over there is the entrance to the harbor. You can get to the harbor by going through there, and you can see the sunken city by going left or right. I see. It looks like a buoy, or rather a flag attached to a barrel, but is that the correct meaning of a buoy? Oh well. It's quite wide, and it's easy to pass between these dotted buoys. Isn't there a rule about which side you have to go through when you enter the harbor? I think so, but I don't know all the details. In said matter-of-factly. Well, if you're not a sailor, you don't pay that much attention to it. It would have been nice to have someone who knew about ships, but unfortunately, there are only amateurs on this ship. Well, it's a small ship, and if a ship comes from the other side, we should just avoid it. For now, being Japanese, I decided to stay on the left side of the ship. We passed between the buoys and pulled the ship to the left side, and after going a little further, we could actually see a city on the bottom of the sea. Alessia-san and the others were excited to see the sunken city below. The area in front of the sunken city looked like a cliff, but did it suddenly get deeper? Yes, it looks like a big staircase. I have heard that humans can explore the shallow part, but once you go down one step, it is the exclusive territory of fishermen and mermaids. It seems to mean that it gets deeper, like a staircase. Although I don't know much about the ocean, is this normal? Without knowledge, it's hard to judge whether it's normal or strange to go down like a staircase, so it's really hard to make a fuss about fantasy if you can't figure it out even after thinking about it. Let's just accept reality as it is and take a good look at the sunken city we want to visit. It's beautiful, isn't it? I love this site too. Ins boasts happily about the view of her hometown. It's not that she doesn't want to come back, she just doesn't want to see her family, but she seems to like her hometown. But I think it's certainly a sight to be proud of. A stone city in a clear emerald sea. The houses are crumbling in places, but the buildings are more intact than I imagined, as if they had been built sturdily. The buildings are decorated with sea creatures, giving the city a mysterious charm that cannot be seen on land. The ground is basically sand, but there are places where cobblestones are exposed, so sand must have accumulated later. I wonder if it is a fish that sometimes reflects the light. It is hard to see from the flying bridge. Hey, can small ships sail freely over the sunken city? I don't think so. Only fishermen, people hired by the Adventurers Guild, or people who have applied to the guilds and received permission are allowed to launch small ships over the sunken cities. This rule was made because, in the past, people would enter the sunken cities without permission and damage the ruins or steal valuable items, so the penalties were quite severe. Be careful, Master. What kind of harsh punishments are there? In a world where life is so easy, the death penalty seems to be the norm. Huh? But the shallow parts have already been explored, right? And yet it's so severe? The penalties are just as severe as they used to be. But now it's relatively easy to get permission if you apply for it. You just have to learn a few simple precautions to avoid damaging the ruins. I see, they haven't bothered to revise the penalties to make them less severe. But since there's no fear of losing the treasures and destroying them without permission, it seems that if you learn the bare minimum of manners, you'll get a permit. It would be easier if I could get Alessia-san and the others to take requests from the Adventurers Guild and stick together. But if all I have to do is learn a little, it's safer for me to do it on my own. While we're at it, let's take a closer look at the sunken city on our own. Walking leisurely on the sea, looking at the sunken city on the left. Fortunately, there was no ship leaving the harbor, and we arrived safely. I paid the docking fee and put the ship on the dock. What, Trusan, let's go. Alessia-san shouted at me, waving her hands loudly in the air. You don't have to shout so loudly for me to hear you. Oh, number. Her eyes sparkle. It seems she can't contain her excitement. I quickly get ready and go down to the harbor. Thank you for waiting. Where would you like to go first, huh? Don't we have to go to the Merchants Guild? Alessia-san said with a blank look on her face. Come to think of it, we usually went to the Merchants Guild first. In the case of Lucca, we didn't even go into the city. I don't have anything to sell, and this time it's just for fun, so there's no need to go to the Merchants Guild. Oh, we can use the Lotto as a base, but do you have any suggestions for lodging? I sold a large amount of pepper, and there was only enough left for my own needs. I might have found some goods if I had stocked up in the city of Cagliari or the trading town of Lucca, but since our purpose was to relax, there was no need to go overboard this time. As for accommodation, the problem with the Lotto is that there are not enough rooms. Another problem is that I'm used to ferries and luxury liners, so I feel cramped. I guess I'm getting too luxurious. I'd like to be allowed to use the shower, but this is a country I'm looking forward to visiting, and I'd prefer to stay in an inn. I wouldn't mind staying at an inn either. In that case, let's go to the Adventurers Guild and let them know that we're staying here, and introduce us to an inn. Oh, does inns know a good place to stay? I don't know. Most of the locals have a home to return to, so I don't know anything about lodging. It's not like we're running a business. That's right. So we'll go to the Adventurers Guild? I understand. Okay, let's go. Inns? Do you know where the Adventurers Guild is? Master, if you want to go to the Adventurers Guild, can I stay on the ship? In my case, I became an adventurer here under the branch of this city's Adventurers Guild, so I definitely know someone there. If we happen to run into each other, I can't help it, but I wouldn't feel comfortable going all the way to a place where I know people. I see what she means. I think she should have a reunion with her family, but there's no need to force her to meet people she knows if she doesn't want to. This makes it difficult for Ins to act. Ins, now that you're back, you're going to miss walking around your hometown. If you hide the slave collar, will it be a problem when you meet someone you know? I don't like to hide things from my acquaintances and friends. If I meet them, I'll give up, so I'd like to pretend not to meet them as much as possible. Is that okay? Ins, I understand how you feel, but how is that right for a slave? It is an important part of your job to protect your master, isn't it? Felicia asks at In's request. Apart from that, what about being a slave? I'm not sure. Felicia is with me, and Alessia-san and the others are with me, but I don't think anyone will attack us, so you don't have to worry too much about escorting us or anything. For now, wait for me on the ship this time, and I'll pick you up when we find a place to stay. I can't say that there's no possibility of being targeted, but I moved suddenly without telling anyone, and even if someone were after me, they wouldn't know where I was right away. Thank you. I appreciate your help, Master. Okay, I'll see you later. Huh? Nei-chan? When I was about to leave Inns, there was a young man of high school age looking at Inns with a puzzled look in his eyes. He has bright red hair, tiger ears, calls Inns Nei-chan, and a vacant look that resembles In's face. I'm pretty sure she's a relative of In's. I knew that I would meet In's family in the course of the river, but I didn't expect to see them before I arrived and left the port. I guess that's what you call a fast development. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 10 Chapter 7. Thanks to just some guy for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 2020 Chapter 7. Comedy. I arrived in the Aquamarine Kingdom and promptly met a young man of high school age with bright red hair and tiger ears, who was called In's Nei-chan. Well then, I'll wait for you at the Lotto. Ins tries to return to the Lotto as if nothing had happened. As expected, isn't that too unreasonable? Wait a minute, Ins. I grab In's arm and prevent her from going back to the Lotto. Please let me go, Master. It's too soon for me. I'm not ready. Ins. I knew it. Nei-chan. Eh, Master? Huh? Slave collar? Nei-chan? In's brother seems to be very confused. Well, I wonder what will happen from here. We all watch with bated breath, especially Alessia-san and Ilma-san look excited. They look like a mother about to watch an exciting drama movie that they look forward to every day. Come to think of it, They used to watch all sorts of movies like this on the DVD rentals on the ferry. I feel that Japanese culture has a strange influence on Alessia-san and the others. If INS had been a slave with heavy content, they would not have enjoyed it that much, but because of that, there is a part of them that looks forward to seeing how INS will be scolded. Even if INS deserved it, her family would not be happy. "Nei-chan, why are you a slave? Father and mother were worried when you didn't come home at all." INS' brother recovered from his confusion and confronted INS. "Dario and Nei-chan has gone through a lot." INS answers her brother's question with a desperate look on her face. "What happened to you, Nei-chan?" "I'm sorry, Dario. It's hard for me to even say it out loud." INS, she tries to cheat. She's trying to cheat in this situation. What on earth? It would be unfashionable to do that and then discover the real reason why she fell into slavery. Not only me but also Felicia and Alessia-san looked stunned. Besides, she said earlier that she didn't like to hide things from people she knew. "Is it possible to lie to your family?" Why you did terrible things to my sister." Dario's face turns red, and he comes to me. "I'm getting the blame for this." "What? Am I involved in this?" "Wait, Dario. These people are different. These are the people who saved me." INS stops her brother with a look that makes her cry with sorrow. "It smells fishy. It's dirt cheap." Dario is a good-natured young man who comforts his sad sister. As someone who knows the whole story, I feel tears of pity for the younger brother. "What are you going to do, Master?" Felicia asks me with a deeply troubled look on her face, as if she feels the same way I do. "No, Felicia, even if you tell me what to do, I don't know what to do." "Alessia-san, what do you want me to do about this situation?" At a loss for an answer, I asked Alessia-san for help, and Alessia-san and the others froze and started whispering and having secret conversations. Me and Felicia in a somewhat isolated atmosphere. The younger brother encouraged INS, who was obviously acting. Alessia-san and the others were having a secret conversation in a happy mood. "Oh," Claretta-san is making a worried face, indicating that Alessia-san and the others' discussion is not a good one. Alessia-san comes to me smiling as if the discussion is over. "Wataru-san, as for Girasol's decision, let's keep quiet here. It would be fun to expose her out of the blue, but if that happens, I want to see how far INS will go. But if Wataru-san says it's a bad idea, I won't object." "Okay, huh?" I consulted with her, and she came back with two troubling choices. "I feel like it would be bad for INS family if I just stood by and let it go on, but if I told them, Alessia-san and the others who are looking forward to it would be disappointed." It's a difficult question whether to take human decency or the likability of Alessia-san and the others. While I was wondering, INS' brother came over to me with a serious look on his face. "I apologize for earlier. I heard you helped my sister." "Thank you very much." The younger brother bowed deeply. "I'm sorry. I remember buying her, but I don't remember helping her at all." It's hard to tell the truth when he thanks me so sincerely. I know it pains me to make such a request out of the blue to such a benefactor, but I will discuss it with my parents and raise as much money as I can. If it is not enough, I will work hard to pay you, so please let my sister be free somehow. INS' younger brother did everything in his power to appeal sincerely. Well, I had forgotten because, at the time of Felicia, there was no mention of buying back the slaves, but for INS, there was an explanation that the slaves could be bought back if the master agreed. Yikes, that's my carelessness. I didn't even think about INS' disappearance or a shred of it. What should I do? Trample on the feelings of this serious and likable young man? There are two more difficult decisions. I'm sorry, Alessia-san and the others, but let's tell him everything if it comes to that. INS deserves it, and I hope she gets a hard time, really hard. Wait, Dario, I have no intention of leaving the side of the master who saved me. I will repay him with my life. That's what I want to do. But I'm glad that you think so. Thank you, Dario. Nei-chan. As if interrupting my attempt to tell everything, INS spoke to her brother, and a somewhat emotional atmosphere drifted around INS and her brother. What? Is she going to tell the truth under these circumstances? I don't remember saving her life, do I? More importantly, Dario, why were you at the port? Oh, I was on my way to work. I worked for the Adventurers Guild and had a meeting with the harbor manager. I see you work hard too, Dario. Then you should prioritize the job for now. If you give me some time, I'll visit Mom and Dad. If I don't make it, tell them that Ins is happy. Don't worry about me. Why yeah, okay. Nate-chan, the younger brother, who had reacted to In's words with half a tear, turned to me. I am sorry for the suddenness. My parents are very concerned about my sister. I know this is a very impolite request, but would it be possible for my sister and my parents to have some time together? In's brother looked at Ins behind him as he tried his best to make a request for her and her parents. Ins, you're thinking of making a clean end here and somehow getting away without seeing your parents. That's not going to happen. It is okay. I also wanted to say hello to In's parents, and I will definitely take the time to meet them. If you want, she can go to meet her parents for a few days. Ins looks at me with a shocked face. Ins has a face that says, why are you saying such a nasty thing? Normally I would never take the side of the handsome guy, but this time I'm taking the side of In's brother. No, I'm not taking his side, but I want In's lies to be exposed, and I want her to be extremely scolded. On second thought, even if Ins is freed from slavery, I think she will probably come with me, not because she likes me or anything, but because she doesn't want to leave the luxury liner, which is a bit sad. Thank you. You're at work now, right? See you later. We'll also stop by the Adventurers Guild later, so we can make plans right away. Really? Then I can show you around. No, I have to take care of some things, so you have to go back first since you're working. I understand. I will wait for you. In's brother finally bowed deeply, looked at Ins, and ran away. We watched him quietly until he was out of sight. Hey, Master. Why did you make that promise? It was supposed to be a clean farewell. As soon as In's brother was out of sight, Ins came running to me. Ins, if you go on like this, people will misunderstand that you had a hard time. But you've gotten over it and are happy now. I don't care if people misunderstand me. It's kind of touching, isn't it? What do you mean by touching? I thought Ins was so smart, manipulating information and so on in Lucca, but can't she think calmly when it comes to herself? Besides, In's brother works for the Adventurers Guild, so he would know how long we would stay. Still, it's impossible for me to be a good master and not give Ins time to see her parents. Unlike usual, I replied with a little more force. Felicia, Master is cold. Ins. I also think Master is right. Ins asks Felicia for help, but is kept at a distance. She turns her head to look at Alessia-san and the others. I rather hope that all of In's bad behavior will be exposed and things will get interesting. Alessia-san stops Ins before she can say anything. She has a very nice smile. It seems that the Japanese DVDs have a bad influence on her. I have no allies. Ins exclaims and then collapses. Maybe if she hadn't tried to cover up the truth, Claretta-san would have been on her side, right? I think I would have tried to follow her as best I could, too. But before I could do that, the Ins theater opened. What are you going to do now, Master? I want to go to the Adventurers Guild, but I can't leave Ins like this. Alessia-san, I'll go back to the Lotto so that Alessia-san and the others can go to the Adventurers Guild first. Ins seems rather useless, and it would be unwise for Felicia and you to go alone. We will return to the Lotto together. Is that okay? Well, it's better to be safe than sorry, so let's do it. I push Ins, who is reluctant to move, and we return to the Lotto. We've come to an interesting country, but we can't seem to get out of the port. *****. Master, I can't help but meet my parents if this happens. So help me. Ins, who had been mumbling and collapsed on the Lotto's sofa, suddenly stood up and approached me. What do you mean, help you? As I said, you have to make things right with me so that my situation doesn't get any worse. This person who is cornering me is my slave, isn't she? I am spoiling her, but it makes me think about the meaning of the word slave. What do you mean by making things right? I don't have any acting talent, you know. I think it would definitely be better if you just apologized and got scolded like a normal person. No, I don't want that. I said those things to Dario. I have to hide it from him. She says this with strong determination, but it's a pattern that if she tells a lie, she won't be able to retract it and will destroy herself by telling more lies. I think I have a glimpse of what is to come. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 10 Chapter 8 1/12. Chapter 8, appointment. Ins lied after she met her brother in the harbor. And I'm about to get caught covering up that lie. No, I've been caught. Then we'll work out a scenario. Ins said something about scenarios. I wonder how far she's willing to go to cover up a simple lie. Well, let's start with the most important one, the reason why I fell into slavery. I told Dario that I had a hard time, so it must be a sad story. Ins begins to take charge with the air of a stage manager. Is it my imagination, or is she having a bit of fun? What do you mean by sad? Well, I was trapped in a labyrinth, lost most of my friends, and barely escaped with my life. The only one who survived was badly injured, and I'm pretending to have fallen into slavery to pay for his treatment. But in spite of my efforts, the only other person with whom I managed to escape also lost his life. Even though it is fictional, you would pretend that your own party member is dead? Come to think of it, didn't Ins have any friends? She said that she used to be B-ranked, and it seems like she would have a hard time if she went off solo. Now that you mention it, Ins didn't have any real party members, did she? Are you solo? No, I had a party, but about 6 months before I sold myself, they were gone. She looks happy now, but maybe she was really sad because she lost her friends. Ins, can I ask you why they are gone? Of course, you don't have to tell me if it's too painful for you. It's not a painful story, I don't mind. It was a mixed gender party, and the leader was dating one of the members, but he got another girl. He tried to get this girl to join the party, but they got into a fight, and the party was broken up. It's a very annoying story. A love affair, huh? It's a typical story of a mixed gender party. I was relieved that it wasn't something serious like the death of a friend. I see, so you don't want to meet your former party members? Well, I got along well with the thief girl, so I'd like to meet her if I could. But that's not what we're talking about right now. We don't have much time, so let's finish the scenario. Huh? You're going to make up a different scenario than the one you just told us? It's obvious, isn't it? There is no meeting between me and Master. If we don't make that part up, they will find out. Well, she said something about me saving her life. You said something about saving your life, but it doesn't sound like you have such a life-threatening problem at the slave trading house. What are you going to do about it? That's easy. I had lost my party members, and I had lost my will to live. And when I lost my will to live, we could pretend that it was Master who encouraged me by coming to the slave trading house every day. Ins says it's okay confidently. Is it really okay to say it's okay? Do you really want to deceive them with such a story? Yes, I am. It's okay if you just follow the story, please. I have the feeling that this is not the usual Ins. It's possible that she's desperate now that the decision to meet with her parents has been made. Alessia-san, is this series of scenarios possible? Well, I can't say it isn't. She can't say it's not possible. As for me, I'm worried because it feels cliched, maybe because of the influence of the novels and manga. Ins, I still think it would be better to have a normal meeting, be honest about the whole thing, and apologize. No, I'll hide it from them. She seems determined. She threatened to lose her motivation for the night if it was discovered, and I had no choice but to cooperate. But In's parents, please don't be fooled. From there, the exchange of detailed information and the development of the story took place with the involvement of Alessia-san and the others. Alessia-san and Ilma-san were very excited, but Carla-san and Claretta-san were definitely not that excited. By the way, Dorothea-san and Marina-san are playing with Rimu, Fu-chan, and Benny-chan. I wish I could go over there. ******. Well then, let's go to the Adventurers Guild first, shall we? Ins is okay with that, right? Yes, Dario has already found out about me. It's almost certain that I'll meet my family, and I can't say that I don't like the idea of meeting people I know and having to hide things from them. I'm going to make sure I fool everybody, not just her family but everyone she knows. Is it just me, or does it seem like she's running toward destruction? Ins, who was so reluctant to return to the Aquamarine Kingdom, now takes the initiative and leads us to the Adventurers Guild. She's definitely in a strange state of suspense. But Ins seems to be quite confident in her scenario, which she worked out in detail until it was dark, and she seems to be mindlessly excited. It's just a little disappointing that it's so dark that we can't get a good look at the royal capital. We're here. We seem to have arrived at the Adventurers Guild. I can't see much of the outside, but I can tell it's a pretty big building. As expected for the Adventurers Guild in the royal capital. When we entered the Adventurers Guild, the adjacent bar was bustling with activity, but there was no one lined up at the reception desk. It seems that the working hours of the adventurers are completely over. As I watched the bar, I saw people whose appearance I had not seen in the southern city or the city of Cagliari. I think these people are fishermen. Their body shape doesn't seem to be different from that of humans, but they look like they have scales or fins on their skin. These people will probably play an active role in exploring the sunken city. As we approached the reception desk, Ins raised a subtle voice of a woman of her age. Ins, a beautiful woman of the human race at the reception desk, sees Ins and calls to her. She meets her brother as soon as she arrives in the royal capital, and the second person seems to be an acquaintance of In's as well. It is not surprising that God manipulates the people In's meets for fun. It's scary how creator God Sama could do that. Flora, it's been a long time. I knew it was In's. It's been a long time. How have you been? A human woman spoke to In's with a smile. Yes, I've been fine. Why does Flora work for the Adventurers Guild? At first, I was just helping my parents. But then someone asked me if I wanted to work for the guild, so I thought it would be fun and decided to give it a try. That's right. Dario also works here. I'll go call him. Wait a minute. We need to talk to the receptionist first. The receptionist looked surprised, then turned her head to look at us. It seemed that she had only seen Ins. Sorry for the inconvenience. Can I help you? Her attitude suddenly changed. I wish I could learn from this quick change of attitude. I am Alessia, the leader of Girasol. I'm staying here for a while, so I came to visit this place. Alessia-san handed over her guild card and gave a brief account of her stay here. The receptionist who checked her guild card looked a bit surprised. Probably because she was an A-ranked adventurer. A report on your stay, huh? I understand. However, the high-level requests in this country are inevitably related to the sea. Do you have a problem with that? No problem. Our purpose was originally to take a vacation, so don't worry about it. It's not a very big island, and there aren't many monsters on land, so it would certainly be a waste if you were an A-class adventurer who couldn't go into the sea. The process has been completed. Please let me know if I can help you in any way. Yes, I was wondering if you could help me find a place to stay. I don't mind paying a little more for a place to stay that is clean and has good food. Is it an inn? Since you are also going sightseeing, how about the Mermaid Inn? Although the price is a bit expensive, the inn is built right on the ocean, with a spectacular view of the sunken city spread out before your eyes. Of course, the food and rooms are well worth the price. Oh, so it's an ocean view, huh? The beautiful ocean all around, and the ancient city that sank there. I'm excited just to hear about it. If it's called the Mermaid Inn, does it have something to do with mermaids? Alessia-san, good question. I want to see a mermaid. There is no connection at all. There are rooms that are filled with seawater in anticipation of mermaids, and they were often used by mermaids in the past. But these days, mermaids only visit occasionally, so you could say it's just a name. Mermaids only come occasionally. That's unfortunate. Don't mermaids visit much these days? Yes. It's not that the relationship between mermaids and us has become bad, but the exploration area has become deeper, and there are more monsters that mermaids have trouble with. That's why the number of mermaids visiting us has decreased. Monsters that mermaids have trouble with. Is there such a thing in the sea? Yes. It is a shellfish monster with a hard shell. Mermaids can move quickly in the sea, but many of them are weak, and their magic is not so powerful that it can be used repeatedly, so it has become an area of difficulty. Oh, I've always wanted to meet a mermaid, but I guess that's not going to happen. Mermaids aren't invincible underwater. I have a feeling that they could if they cooperated with the fishermen or something, but the fact that they haven't is probably some kind of disadvantage. Too bad I won't get to meet them. Mermaids who are in business occasionally visit us. When they do, they often stay at the Mermaid Inn, so if you are lucky, you might meet them. But it is really only occasionally. They don't trade in common necessities, so they come to do business with us when they run out of their preferred items. If there's a chance, that's good enough for me. What, Trusan? Would you mind if we stayed at the Mermaid Inn? Yes. If I can see the sunken city from my room, that would be fun enough for me. I don't expect to see any mermaids. My luck is low, so the more I hope for it, the less likely I am to see them. Then it's decided. What, Trusan? Do you want to go to the inn right away? Or do you want to go to Inn's brother? Inn's? What do you want to do? We're just going sightseeing, so it could be now, tomorrow, or any time. I felt somehow calm after seeing Flora, so tomorrow will be fine. Flora, tell Dario that I'll see him tomorrow afternoon. Yeah, okay. Huh? Inn's, that collar. I'll tell you all about it tomorrow. Then, Master, let's go. Flora-san was surprised when Inn's called me Master, but is it okay to leave it alone? Well, it's late at night, and it's hard to talk to Flora-san and Dario-kun right now. I'm sorry, but let's go back now. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 10 Chapter 9 2/12. Chapter 9, Sightseeing. Oh, I'm used to seeing the ocean from my ship, but this view is spectacular. Last night I managed to get a good room at the Mermaid Inn. After waking up and going through my usual routine with Inns and Felicia, I looked out the window and saw a spectacular view. The emerald sea glistening in the sun. The sight of the ancient cityscape sinking into the sea was a view worthy of the word fantasy. If these ruins existed in a world without monsters, they would be a very popular tourist destination. No, it would definitely be a World Heritage Site. Foo-foo. I thought I was tired of seeing this scenery, but it's been a long time since I saw it, and I miss it. It's beautiful. Inns and Felicia also murmured as they looked at the sea. Rimmer seemed to enjoy the view as well because he twitched violently on my head. Speaking of which, why did Inns leave the Aquamarine Kingdom? Is it because she's tired of looking at this landscape? Well, not necessarily because I was tired of looking at the scenery, but the main reason was that there wasn't much work for me as an adventurer. So after I learned the basics, I left the island right away. Oh, I remember hearing that there aren't many monsters on land. Inns, who likes to have fun, probably wasn't stimulated enough by the simple, low-ranked requests. Your parents didn't object to you leaving the island? They did object, but not too strongly, because I told them I'd leave the island when I became an adventurer. So it was when I became an adventurer that they objected so much. So they were already fighting before she left the island. In's parents must have been very strict. On the other hand, her younger brother seems to have grown up quite honest. I see. While we were chatting and looking at the sea, there was a knock at the door. Good morning, Wataru-san. It's time for breakfast. Aren't you coming? Good morning, Alessia-san. I'll be right there. My first meal in a new country. I'm only moving by sea, so it won't be much of a change. But I'm expecting it. What kind of food will we be served? With a little excitement, I left the room with Inns and Felicia, said hello to Alessia-san and the others, and went to the dining room. It's delicious, but I find it a bit lacking. I don't know how to describe it, but it has a softness that is common to porridge, but it seems too light. Claretta-san mumbles a little regretfully. I agree with her. White fish soup. It's delicious, but I feel like I want to eat it in the morning when I have a hangover. Was it just a light dish because it was for breakfast? I guess it seems insufficient for adventurers, but it could be a dish tailored for mermaids and fishermen. Besides, it seems that even adventurers do a lot of work diving in the sea or riding on boats, so maybe it's hard for them to eat a lot of food in the morning. Rimmer, Fu-chan, and Benny-chan's sharing rounds seem to have slowed down as well, and everyone must have gotten used to the luxury of a luxury liner. When seasonings are plentiful, it's easy for the taste to become rich. What, Trusan, if we go to the Adventurers Guild at noon, what are you going to do in the morning? Yes, I want to get permission to go to the sunken city on a Japanese-style boat, but I'll ask about that when I go to the Adventurers Guild. So I guess I'll just take a walk around the royal capital. Is there anything Alessia-san and the others would like to do? We would like to do some sightseeing in the royal capital as well. Shall we spend the morning looking around the royal capital? Yes, that's right. After lunch, we'll take a walk around the capital. Today's schedule was easy to decide. Well, since we originally came here for fun, There is no problem with such a loose schedule. I'll be happy if I find something interesting. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. We walked around the royal capital with Inns as our guide, but there was nothing new to be found. I know this is due to the fact that I only visit places where there is a port, but there were a few rare items for sale. If I had to say anything, I would say that sea monsters and things from the sunken city were sold as souvenirs. We also defeat sea monsters ourselves, but we only collect the most valuable ones, so there were quite a few that I had never tasted before. Claretta-san also wanted to try cooking, so we bought a certain amount of food and secretly stored it in the food storage boat. I bought some large shellfish and some vicious-looking little fish monsters. The shopkeeper said they were delicious, so I was looking forward to them. The items salvaged from the sunken city looked like they might make good souvenirs, but I decided not to buy them because I might explore the area myself. If I couldn't get anything, I would buy it and go home. As for sightseeing, the sunken city was spectacular and quite enjoyable to see. While walking along the sea, the royal castle of the Aquamarine Kingdom was also quite nice, but in terms of excitement, the sunken city is superior. The cityscape of the royal capital has many houses piled up with white-colored stones, which, combined with the sunlight, creates an atmosphere of openness. I feel like I've chosen a pretty good country for a vacation, but the fact that you can't swim at the beach is a big drawback. What, Trusan, do you mind if we stop by the weapon shop for a minute? Even though we are here for fun, as adventurers, they seem to be interested in the weapons and armor of the new country. Yes, I'm interested too. Shall we go inside? Master, Alessia, the weapon shop in this country is unique, so you won't find much useful equipment there. Unique? I tilted my head, and Inns continued. The monsters are basically weak on land, so they don't sell weapons that are good enough for that. Weapons and armor specialized for underwater combat are the main items sold. I see, because I never fight underwater. The only weapon I've ever had to use is my bow, whether on land or at sea. What would you like to do, Alessia-san? I'd like to at least check it out. I didn't think it was necessary, but out of curiosity, we decided to stop by the weapon shop. When I entered the store, I noticed some unique products. There were blunt harpoons, sturdy harpoons, harpoons with strings, expensive harpoons, big harpoons, nets, big nets, expensive nets, and so on. There are several other weapons, including a large rake, but the main weapons seem to be harpoons and nets. My simple question is, how are nets used in the sea? The armor seems to be mostly scales and leather. I can see how metal armor would be tough underwater. I didn't find the weapons and armor as interesting as I thought they would be. I guess the underwater restrictions didn't allow for a wide variety of weapons like on land. It seems that it would be difficult to use bows and blunt weapons in the sea, so weapons that could be used to thrust, such as harpoons, would be more useful and, therefore, more one-sided. We entered the weapon shop out of curiosity but left without much excitement. Everyone had subtle expressions on their faces. Just because it's a strange field doesn't mean there are unique weapons. I have learned my lesson. It's almost noon, so let's go somewhere for lunch and then go to the Adventurers Guild. Yeah, sure. Both Alessia-san and I are not in a good mood, perhaps because we were disappointed. The healing effect of Rimmer and the others, who are happy to hear about lunch, is appreciated. Inns, do you have any recommendations? I know a place that I think would be good, but if you're used to Master's cooking or the food on a luxury liner, you'll probably find it a little unsatisfying, won't you? They have good food, but they don't serve it for lunch. Is that the downside of luxury liners? Yes, the food on the ship is delicious, but it is also a little sad to have to provide your own food in a new country. What's the right thing to do? Well, it looks like I'm going to get a good night's sleep, so I'll think about it after I eat the food. I want to try some of the country's specialties as good as possible. Carla-san says something difficult. Inns thought about it. If that's the case, maybe a grilled sea monster. It's an ingredient that even luxury liners don't use, and I think it would taste better than a half-baked dish. I see. I think the chances are better if you use the best ingredients. After consulting In's opinion, everyone decided on the grilled sea monster. ******. The grilled sea monsters were quite tasty. The white-fleshed fish I had was firm and elastic, with a delicate, pufferfish-like flavor that would probably impress those who know what it tastes like. The only thing that disappointed me was the fact that they served grilled fish with bread. As a Japanese, I would have preferred white rice or a pot of rice with porridge. If it had been sautéed with butter or fried, or at least cooked in a way that would go well with bread, I would have been more satisfied. Well, I guess that is a selfish request from a rice-eating culture. I bought some fish monsters with Claretta-san, but before I leave the Aquamarine Kingdom, I should buy some more and go home. Also, it might be a good idea to have Claretta-san and the god of gastronomy Sama cook up some of the monsters we killed in the sea that I've been keeping in my material storage boat. A fusion of monsters and earthly spices. A revolution is about to take place. When we went to the Adventurers Guild, we were soon filled with hope for a future diet that would be even richer. There are many things to think about, but for now, let's focus on the reunion of the siblings. The inside of the Adventurers Guild was even more deserted than the night before. There were only a few people in the bar, which was not surprising since they were probably at sea on business at this time of day. Perhaps because we had told them that we would be coming in the afternoon. Dario-kun and Flora-san, both in civilian clothes, approached us at a short distance. Maybe they were on their day off, or maybe they took the day off for the discussion. "Nate-chan, I told father and mother about you yesterday. They were worried about you, but they were happy to hear you were alive. Can you meet them today?" They actually wanted to come here, but I held them back because it would have been too much trouble for the guild. Without even a greeting, Dario-kun stormed off. He seemed to be in a hurry. "Even though there are only a few people here, we are getting a lot of attention. Let's go outside for now since it looks like a holiday." "Dario-kun, don't be in such a hurry. If you make a fuss here, there will be no point in stopping your parents." Before I could say anything, Flora-san took the initiative and stopped Dario-kun. Dario-kun also noticed that he was being impatient and nodded his head in disapproval. "I'm sorry, Nate-chan." "Well, father and mother are waiting for you at home." "What, True-san? I'm sorry to bother you so abruptly, but would you mind coming over to our house?" This is a sudden development. Well, first of all, I thought I was going to briefly explain the lie situation to Dario-kun and Flora-san, right? It's a hurdle to suddenly meet In's parents, you know. But when I see Dario-kun bowing his head to ask for help, it's hard for me to say it's impossible because I'm not prepared for it. Ins doesn't want to meet her parents out of the blue, and she desperately tries to appeal to me with her eyes to refuse. What should I do? Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 10 Chapter 10 3/12 Chapter 10, Instinacity. When we went to the Adventurers Guild to meet Dario-kun, we got some subtle attention inside. At the moment, we are on our way to In's parents' house, and we cannot refuse. First of all, we should just talk to Dario-kun and Flora-san. "Hey, Master, why didn't you refuse?" "Even if you say so, I can't refuse when he asks me with his head down like that." "I'm also afraid of meeting In's parents out of the blue. Since he is In's brother, you have to round him up somehow." Even if I wanted Ins to be punished, such a sudden turn of events is not the way I wanted things to go. I wanted a little more time to prepare, if possible. I'm not good at improvising. It's impossible for me to improvise my way through a situation like this. Perhaps my feelings had been conveyed, but Ins changed the subject. "So why are Alessia and the others and even Flora coming with us?" "This is between my family and Master, so why don't you just stay out of it?" Ins started to do her best to send Alessia-san and the others and Flora-san away as if she wanted to reduce the number of people who could see her parents face to face. "Still, we're worried about Ins, too. So you see, after the meeting with Ins and your parents is over, and after the big circle is over, we will leave, so please don't worry." Alessia-san pretended to be worried about Ins, not wanting to be sent away. "But that means she'll stay until the end, right?" "Me too. When my childhood friend came back, she became a slave. I want to know what happened. Besides, I've already talked to Uncle and Auntie, so I'm fine. Flora-san was In's childhood friend. It seems like they're like family, and I don't think it's possible to send her away. Nate-chan, I'm shocked to hear that you've become a slave. But I'm glad that you're with such good people. I feel a little relieved. I'm worried that you're too pure, Dario-kun. Aren't you too good with people? Most of the people in Alessia-san's group are just spectators, you know. I'm home. I brought Nate-chan. We arrived at In's parents' house without being able to reduce the number of people. Despite In's efforts. What can I say? It's a normal house. It's a place that nurtured In's fun-loving side. So I had imagined a house that was rich or poor or a little different from the norm, so I honestly didn't expect this. At the sound of Dario-kun's voice, two people, a man, and a woman, appeared at the front door. In's mother is an amazingly beautiful woman, just like In's. I can't believe she has two big kids. Huh? What can I say? A beautiful witch. She has bright red hair, typical for the Flame Tiger tribe, and an outstanding style. But the way she looks at In's and smiles while twitching her tiger ears is kind of cute. And In's father is. Yes, that one, powerful. If you look closely, he has a well-defined face, but he doesn't look stiff, and his intensity blows everything away. They say that daughters are like their fathers, but what can I say, In's and Dario-kun, you are lucky to be like your mother. Oh, In's father came this way. You must be Wataru-san, In's master. Thank you for saving In's and giving us the opportunity to meet. In's father bowed deeply. Now I am in a bit of a panic. Dario-kun does the same, but he bows his head in a strange and firm way. Doesn't he? Is that custom in this country? But In's is not like that. What is the situation? Please raise your head. I'm the one In's is helping. I really appreciate it. Surprised and confused, I, the one being thanked, also bow my head and say my thanks with a bitter smile. I know for sure that I'm responding wrongly, but there is nothing I can do about it. I managed to get him to raise his head and push In's, who was pretending to be uninvolved behind my back, to the front. In's, welcome back. I heard from Dario that you had a hard time, but whatever it was, I'm glad to see that you're doing well. In's further puts his hand on In's shoulder and says kind words. Despite his powerful appearance, In's further seems sincere and honest when you talk to him. In's, welcome back. Mom is so happy to see you. In's mother, smiling kindly, also leans in close to In's and speaks kindly to her. Ah, everyone, I'm sorry to keep you waiting here. Please come in. I'll make you some tea. In's mother notices that we are waiting and tries to lead us into the house. Oh, don't worry. We just dropped In's off, so please spend the rest of the day together as a family. We bow our heads and quickly turn on our heels. I feel so guilty that I tried to deceive such wonderful parents with lies. So we leave without In's. No, we can't do that after you came all this way. I'm sorry it's so shabby, but please let me entertain you. In's further pulls us aside with a serious look on his face. In's grabs my arm. I can't seem to escape. But wouldn't In's be better off without us? Did she only catch me because I tried to run away? Unable to go against the tide, I enter the house with In's holding my arm. We were led into the living room, but as expected, there were too many of us and nowhere to sit. I'm sorry it's such a small room. Do you mind if half of you sit over here? In's mother opened the door to the living room and led Alessia-san and Flora-san into the next room. I wanted to go over the two, but I couldn't escape because In's had a firm grip on my arm. In the end, it looks like it will be me, In's, Felicia, In's parents, and Dario-kun. After In's mother and Dario-kun brought us tea, we sat down on either side of In's father, and the discussion began. First of all, I want to thank you again. I heard that you helped In's, and I really appreciate it. In's further thanked us again, and In's mother and Dario-kun bowed deeply to us. I don't like this atmosphere. No, I really didn't do anything, so please raise your head. Ouch. In's pinched me. I must have talked too much. She was really trying to fool them, wasn't she? I don't care what she does if they are enemies, but it hurts me to deceive such a serious and good-natured family member. Dad, Mom, and Dario. I've been through a lot, but I'm happy now. You really don't have to worry. But you've been through something sad, haven't you? Ins has a stubborn personality, so Dad is worried about you. Are you sure you're not pushing yourself too hard? Yes, Nate-chan. We are a family. Don't be afraid to cry. We'll do everything we can to help you. We'll take care of the money, right, Father? Yes. Now, Ins, tell me the truth. You say you are happy, but are you emotionally tired? Why don't you come back here and get some rest? The pressure from In's father and Dario-kun is strong. In's was also very tense. It's true that I've gone through a lot. I lost some important friends. And I'm depressed. You lost your friends because of the male-female relationship in your group. You don't have to look so heartbroken, do you? Aren't you more worried about your family? Your father and Dario-kun look like they're about to cry. You know? But I was saved when I met my current master and Alessia and the others. I see, so this is her strategy to show her happiness. I was wondering what would happen since her father and Dario-kun were pushing her, but she successfully changed the track. Ins, perhaps thinking that it would be dangerous to let her talk, quickly piles on the words. She starts talking furiously about the settings she worked on last night. Ins, it must have been very hard for you. But I'm glad that you're happy now. That's right. Your deceased friends must be happy that Nate-chan is living happily. In's father and Dario-kun are crying so much. I can't get over how emotional it is. It's quite sensitive that Ins feels like she's done it all, but if the story can be wrapped up nicely as it is, that's a good thing, isn't it? Deception or not, guilt or not, it's a small thing. If this is acceptable to both parties, everything will come full circle. So, Ins, why did you really become a slave? That's right. In's mother smiled and listened happily to In's story while her husband and son cried. It was as if she knew it was a lie from the beginning. I thought In's wouldn't be caught red-handed because it was all so neatly put together, but apparently, her mother isn't so naive. Huh? What do you really mean? Didn't I just explain the situation to you? Ins contradicted her mother angrily. But that wasn't angry, it was more like impatience. It looks like she's trying to cover it up with strong words. How many years do you think I have been your mother? You are a strong girl who never shows it when things are really hard or sad. On the other hand, you are also a bad girl who tries to cover up and exaggerate when things are uncomfortable for you. Tell the truth. Well, In's father, who has been a father to Ins for as many years as her mother, is sulking, isn't he? Even the son freezes. What do you mean, Mum? Are you saying that Ins is lying? That's right. I'm not lying. How could you say that to your daughter, who hasn't been home for a long time? Well, for a moment, I thought it would be okay if it ended peacefully, but it was going to be a scene of carnage. Alessia-san, who was listening to the conversation in the next room, laughed at the interesting turn of events. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 10 Chapter 11, 4/12. Chapter 11, In's Defeat. After Ins tells her father and Dario-kun about the hardships that brought them to tears at In's parents' house, In's mother's coolly critical comment turns the warm family home into a scene of carnage. Ins, it's not true that you lied to me, is it? Mom was wrong, wasn't she? Oh, I see. Mother, don't joke at a time like this. You scared me to death. Father and son don't want to believe In's mother's words, or they try to make a mistake or a joke out of it. That one. It seems strange for me, a man, to think this, but men are simple. And In's mother, who is not so easy to deal with, stares into In's eyes with a faint smile on her face. And In's, defeated, stares back into her mother's eyes. Her father and Dario-kun are already like air. I can't stand the silence either, so I try to escape reality by gently stroking Rimmer, who is sitting on my lap. I hear a voice from the next room. So that's what happened. I was also suspicious of In's tearful stories. Ha ha ha. I knew Ins had a good personality even when she was in her hometown. Flora-san and Alessia-san's impersonal conversation echoed in the quiet room. Oh, Ins couldn't stand it anymore and started to move. Hey, we are in the middle of something important, so please be quiet. Ins, if Auntie suspects anything, you won't get away with it. You'd better give up. Flora, what do you mean, give up? It's not over yet. Ins, when you say it's not over, it's a confession. The look in her father's and Dario-kun's eyes, which had been like air, cooled down. Ins, come over here and sit down. Oh, The father's dignity was in full force. It's hard to believe that this is the same man who was crying just a few minutes ago. What? Ins turned to him in response to her father's words, and she grew pale as she realized her mistake. Once again, her father asked her to sit down with a voice full of dignity, and Ins slowly walked over and sat down next to me. Ins, what does that mean? Nate-chan. I don't know. Ins, who had received suspicious looks from her father and brother, turned her head in the opposite direction and said dismissively, I wonder if she will relax in front of her parents and family. I take a closer look at In's unusual appearance. I understand. I just have to talk, right? Talk. Ins broke down under the silent stares of the three family members. But you don't mind? You'll be disappointed when I tell you. I was happy when you were convinced by the beautiful story I just told you. Are you really going to listen to this? Correction. Ins had not yet broken down. She is creating fear and making them believe that she would be happier if they didn't listen. Ins is a stubborn person, isn't she? Nine-chan, what did you say you went through? Dario, it's okay. Just calm down. I already told you. Ins wouldn't talk like that if it were something really painful. She just wants to avoid being scolded. Ins, talk to me. If you lie to me again, I will talk to the people in the next room. Ins' mother scares me. She's pushing Ins over the edge. There was silence for a while, and then Ins began to tell the truth, as if she had given up all hope. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ins further puts his hands over his eyes and looks at the ceiling. Dario-kun is speechless, wide-eyed, and stunned. Ins' mother stares at Ins calmly, but I can see an aura of anger behind it. You see, you would have regretted it if you'd listened to me. Ins cries desperately. She's being childish today. Wataru-san, are you going to let Ins go? As a mother, I want to educate her thoroughly. Huh? Is she talking to me? Well, Ins is an important friend to us, and we would like her to stay with us as long as she does not want to leave. But as far as education is concerned, I'd like to ask a favor for that as well. No, I love Ins too now, so it's just a little, you know. From the next room, I hear Flora-san's voice saying, pure love, isn't it? It's not pure love, it's a relationship between slave and master. It is rather impure. Yes, we love each other, so I don't need to be educated or anything like that. Was love such a flimsy word? It sounds like a word that just wants to escape breaching and re-education, huh? But I'm kind of glad. Men are so easy to fool, aren't they? Ins, there is something you haven't told me, isn't there? Ins' mother calmly continues her question. I think Ins answered honestly. But is there something else she wants to ask her? What? I told you everything truthfully. I asked you how you became a slave. But I can't believe that you are honestly a slave, considering your character. Normally, you would have offered terms that would have immediately freed you from slavery. You have the ability to do that. So let me ask you, why are you still a slave? Well, come to think of it, the conditions of being a slave are also important. Ins' mother is very sharp. Ins could have found several ways to be free in one day. But she also knows a lot about slaves, doesn't she? Is this knowledge common knowledge that I just don't know about? How could you know, Mum? Ins screams. Apparently, knowledge about slaves is not common knowledge. My daughter has become an adventurer. It's only natural that I do a lot of research in case something happens to her. I did research on injuries, falling into slavery, and the risk of losing one's life. Ins' mother, perhaps thinking of Ins' death, speaks with a bit of bitterness. From a parent's point of view, it must be very worrying when a child becomes an adventurer. But I was relieved in a way about the slaves. It's painful, but with Ins, it won't be that bad compared to the loss of life. There is a lot of hope. Ins, why are you still a slave? Parental love is wonderful. Well, now that parental love is driving their daughter into a corner, there's a lot going on. It's not always a good thing in life to be freed so soon. I agree. I know you seem to be having a lot of fun right now. That's why I want you to explain. Can you assure me that even if my daughter were a slave, she would still be happy? Ins' mother was now going her own way. The heir of Ins' father and Dario-kun is not hindered. Felicia, Flora-san, and Alessia-san in the next room are all watching, thrilled and excited, Like spectators in a drama. The only ones who don't understand the current situation are Remo, Fu-chan, and Benny-chan. Or should I ask Wataru-san? I was supposed to be in the audience, but I was suddenly brought up on stage. What kind of punishment is it to have to explain the terms of buying a daughter to her parents? And the terms of the contract with IMS are such that the parents can't help but be outraged. It would be helpful if you could get it out of her mouth a little. Preferably in a dialogue with your daughter. Is the content of the contract something that would be hard to get out of the master's mouth? In's father looks terribly worried. The direction is probably a little different from what In's father imagined. But that doesn't mean that the content isn't redeemable. The eyes of In's family members are focused on In's. In's father looks at the ceiling again. Dario-kun, who has stopped thinking and just stares dazedly at a point. In's mother was shrouded in an aura of almost visible rage. Well, that's what you'd expect when you hear what's written in In's contract. There were other, easier ways to be freed from slavery, but she continued to be a slave, putting pleasure first. How long will you stay in the Aquamarine Kingdom, Wataru-san? In's mother asks me, ignoring In's, who has finished speaking. What does she want? Well, I haven't decided on anything in particular. I understand your position, as In's master. If I may be so bold as to ask, would you be willing to give me the opportunity to train her? It was a very tempting offer. There is no doubt that I love In's now. But why do I still find it an attractive proposal? Hey, don't ask such a thing without my permission. As a slave, I can't leave my master. As I was about to answer, In's, who had been ignored, interrupted the conversation. Just recently, even at boat races, there was supposed to be a slave who had raced all night away from the master. But was that a dream? Yes. The purpose of this trip is sightseeing, so we have time. I would like to have In's at my side, but I don't want to interfere with your time as a family. As long as I don't need her help while I'm in the country, I don't have a problem with it unless I need her help for an adventure or something. Hey, master, you can't just decide something like that on your own. I don't want to be disciplined after all these years. In's, is that how you treat your kind master? As your mother, I'm worried about you. It's all right. Master likes me now. Mother, you don't know anything, so please be quiet. Right, master? It is true that the present In's is attractive. But is it wrong that I want to see the graceful In's that her mother trained her to be? God, please tell me. Discipline aside, since we are so close, I would like In's to be able to spend time with your family. I will call you when I need your help, so until then, please enjoy yourself. Now I think it's time for us to go. Hey, master, you're leaving me. I'm sorry, In's. I couldn't resist my curiosity. I'd really like to see the graceful In's. Wait a minute. I would like to treat you tonight. You've got to be kidding me. If you show us hospitality under the present circumstances, In's will take it out on us. I wish In's father didn't have to come back to reality at a time like this. No, number. It's times like these when you should spend time together as a family. Okay, In's, I'll come pick you up, I promise. Hey, I'll come with you. In's, you mustn't disrespect your master's kindness. Oh, In's was caught. I'm sure In's will be angry with me later, but for now, let's prioritize escaping. Striving for the Luxury Liner. Volume 10 Chapter 12, 5/12. Chapter 12, Short Course. As a result of visiting In's parents and being found out by In's mother in one way or another, most of In's secrets were revealed. In's father and Dario-kun, who was quite shocked by the story, were almost unable to fight. Only In's mother turned out to be an educator, so I had to leave In's behind. I was worried about In's being a slave, but I was relieved to see her having fun. Please take care of In's from now on. As we left In's parents' house, Flora-san called out to me. I felt like she was subtly pulling In's down, but I guess she was worried about her from the inside. Yes, I will do everything I can to help. Please play with In's while she is here. Fufu, I doubt that In's will have time to play, but I will go and see how she is. Well, I'm going this way, so I'll leave you here. Haha, excuse us then. In's. Will she be educated so much that she won't have time to play? Yes, no doubt. Her mother was really upset about that. Well, Her daughter has gambling debts and sold herself. And even though there is a way to be released immediately, she has been swept away in an amusing direction, a slave contract with no end in sight. That makes her angry, doesn't it? What, Trusan? We still have some time before dinner. What do you want to do? Is there anything Alessia-san and the others would like to do? We had planned to meet Dario-kun, so we haven't decided anything after that. What should we do? Well, it's half time, so we might as well check the Adventurers Guild to see if there are any interesting requests. It would be difficult for us to get into the sea, but there might be something interesting request. Come to think of it, I had to take a course before I could go out to sea on my own ship to the underwater ruins. So, let's split up until dinner tonight, shall we? I'm going to stop by the Merchants Guild and check out the course for going out to sea. Is that so? Ins isn't with you, so shall we go with you? No. Felicia is with me, so we'll be fine. Let's meet at the inn. I came to this country out of the blue without telling anyone where I was going, and even if someone is after me, as expected, they won't be able to catch up with me yet. Then there's the possibility of getting tangled up with the usual Adventurers Guild, but if I go to the Merchants Guild, it should be fine. Rimu too. Rimu shakes in my bag. That's right. Rimu is a fine force to be reckoned with, no joke. I apologized to Rimu while patting the bag. Is that so? But I'm still worried, right? Marina and Claretta, you should go with them. All right. Yes, all right. By Alessia-san's order, Marina-san and Claretta-san will come with me. I was grateful for their concern, but I was saddened by their lack of trust in me. Please take care of me. Marina-san and Claretta-san smile at me and say, don't worry about it. Fu-chan jumps out of Marina-san's chest and dives into the bag with Rimu in it. Fu-chan, I thought I hadn't seen you. But what an enviable place you're hiding in. Wataru-san. I'm sorry about Fu-chan. No, Rimu is happy to see her too, so it's okay. Then let's go to the Merchants Guild. I feel sad and envious, and I don't know how to describe it. But if Marina-san and Claretta-san are coming with me, it should be fun, so let's call it a date with 3 beautiful women and enjoy it. ******. Is that all you need? Yes. If you just want to take the boat to the underwater ruins, we can give you permission after about an hour of training. However, if you want to go underwater to explore, you must be accompanied by an adventurer who has accepted your request. We went to the Merchants Guild, showed my guild card, and talked to the receptionist, who told me that getting a permit was as easy as Ins had said. When can I take the course? It would be strange to say any time. But as long as you are not busy, you can take the class while there is daylight. The instructor is available, and I think we can start right away. Really? Is it that easy? There is usually a set day and time, right? Yes. There are very few people who go out on their own boats to the waters of the sunken cities, so it would be a burden to hold regular training sessions. So we switched to private training, which is much more flexible. However, the course fee is a bit high and requires 5 silver coins. You can share the cost, so it's more economical if you take more than one class. 5 silver coins. Even though it is a private class, it seems a bit expensive. Are there so few people taking the class? Yes. If you want to see the sunken city as a tourist, there is a special boat for sightseeing. The part of the sunken city that can be seen from the boat is fully explored, and adventurers do not sail there. The fishermen need a different certification, so the only people who take the course are those who want to visit the sunken cities on their own boats. I wonder what they do with the sea monsters, but if a spectacle like a sunken city is a tourist attraction, even in this world where there are few common denominators for sightseeing, there is at least a pleasure boat-like business. There are other ways to see the sights, but the enthusiasts with their own boats are the ones who take the boats out. I guess that means they don't have a problem with a slightly higher price. I see. Is that all? Yes. So what do you want to do about training? Well, can you give me a minute? Marina-san, Claretta-san, I heard that I can take the class now. I asked the receptionist to wait while I checked with them. Since you have time, why don't you take the class now? It would be a hassle to go back and forth, wouldn't it? That's right. It would be easier to take the class now, just as Claretta-san said. "I understand. I'll take the class now." "What about you, Marina-san, and Claretta-san?" "Since it would be lonely to be alone, I would let Felicia join without even asking her. But it would be more comforting if there were more of us, so if possible, I would like them to join me." "What should I do?" "It would be enough if only the person who will be operating the boat takes the course, right?" Claretta-san asks the receptionist. Claretta-san asks the receptionist. "Yes, but we will also explain the precautions to be taken at sea, so if you want to go out with them, it would not be a bad idea to listen to the instructions." "Nice push, receptionist-san." Marina-san and Claretta-san listened to the receptionist's words, and after a brief discussion, they decided to take the course together. "That's reassuring." "Oh, I'll have to pay for the whole class. It would be a shame to ask her to go out with me and then have to split the tuition." It turned out to be more useful than I thought. I heard it was a simple course, but I learned a lot of things I didn't know. I felt a little sorry for the teacher because I was a little ignorant and asked a lot of questions, so the class took a little longer than I expected. Foo. Even the teacher was surprised. Wasn't he? Yes, it was a glimpse of Wataru-san's abnormality. How can I put it? I'm ashamed of myself. I was dismayed that I was sailing around in a magic ship without knowing the rules of the sea and with a very thin knowledge of the sea. But I guess I couldn't help it. I had never operated a ship when I was in Japan, and even now, because of my skills, I operate a ship as if I somehow understand the knowledge. I know from the course that I don't have perfect knowledge. Even if I understood it perfectly, I could not operate a luxury liner by myself, so it is meaningless. Well, it was a learning experience, and I managed to get permission to take the boat out, so let's just say it was good. Well, we still have some time before dinner. That's right. Well, it is a delicate hour, so shall we take a leisurely stroll through the royal capital and return to our inn? Shall we? Forcing myself to end this delicate and embarrassing topic, I changed the subject, and Marina-san joined the conversation. If it had been Ins, Alessia-san, or Ilma-san, they would have teased me in an amusing way, so I feel I was lucky with this choice of people. I especially want to thank Felicia. I have exposed my ignorance, but she has gently stayed by my side without saying a word. She has been very helpful. Also, Rimmer and Fu-chan were twitching in the back at the beginning of the class, but they must have been bored because they fell asleep. This is natural, but the training was too fast for Rimmer and Fu-chan. Well, let's go back to the inn while we take a leisurely stroll through the royal capital. I hope we will find something interesting. Welcome back, Wataru-san. It took you quite a while. When I returned to the inn and went to the room of Alessia-san and the others, I found that everyone had already returned. Well, it took us quite a while to get through the training and walk around, so it was only to be expected. I'm back. In fact, I talked to the Merchants Guild, and they told me I could take the course right away, so I did. Now I can sail to the sunken city tomorrow. How did it go with Alessia-san and the others? You've already taken the course. As for the Adventurers Guild, well, we knew that, but there weren't any interesting requests that we could take on. Let's just pretend that the training didn't take as long as it did because of my ignorance. Neither Marina-san nor Claretta-san are the type to make stories out of other people's failures, and I'm sure I can cover it up. Oh, Marina-san laughed as if she understood that I was trying to cover it up. If she laughs anymore, Alessia-san and the others will take an interest, so please bear with it. Well, we came here on vacation this time, so let's take it easy and go sightseeing, shall we? Now that I've taken the class, why don't we go see the sunken city tomorrow? That's right. We originally came here for sightseeing, so that's fine. Now that we have decided what to do, shall we have dinner? I guess so. I look forward to seeing what kind of food they serve. The breakfast was subtle, but the grilled monster fish for lunch was delicious. It's a pretty good inn, and I'm looking forward to dinner. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 10 Chapter 13 6/12. Chapter 13, Sightseeing. Yesterday, after I left Ins at her parents' house, I took a course at the Merchants Guild on how to launch a boat to the sunken city and was successfully granted permission to do so. After breakfast, We will go sightseeing in the sunken city, and I am looking forward to it. I enjoyed the view of the rising sun from my room and sipped my canned coffee. Yes, I'm glad I woke up early. I feel very blessed. Speaking of which, I wonder how Ins is doing. Ins wasn't here last night, which was strange. There have been times when she hasn't been in the room because she's been out drinking or having fun, but it's a little unusual for Ins to be staying somewhere else. With Felicia, for example, when we go to Dark Elf Island, she stays with her parents, so it's not strange. Well, I talked a lot with Felicia since Ins was not here, and it was a good time. Felicia, how do you think Ins is? It's been a while since she's been home, and I hope she's been able to relax and enjoy some of her mother's cooking, but I think she's having a hard time. Right. Ins would have dealt well with her father and brother, but her mother seemed pretty tough. We don't stay very long, and I think she's being raised in a Spartan way. I think we should show up, but it's hard to time it right. If I show up badly, I'll get Ins frustration all over the place. I would like to show up after Ins and Ins' mother have settled down a bit, but I feel that if I leave Ins alone for too long, she will resent me deeply. I think it would be better to go over there tomorrow and see how things are going since things probably haven't calmed down yet. I have a feeling that even tomorrow would be too soon, but they're family, so maybe they'll calm down sooner than you think. Well then, I guess we should go there tomorrow. I think that would be good. Speaking of which, I'll have to bring a souvenir this time. What should I bring? It would be better to bring something that her mother would like. On the other hand, would she like sweets more than alcohol? I should also bring an assortment of cosmetics, which are very popular with the ladies on luxury liners. It would be strange to give her cosmetics out of the blue, but as a merchant, I deal in such things. Let's just say, if you want, you can use them. Master, it's almost time for breakfast. Oh, is it already? The food at this inn last night was delicious. Japanese cuisine has the advantage in terms of seasoning, but the monster fish and the shellfish monster, which the mermaids do not like, were used to prepare the seafood-rich dishes. The stew with lots of seafood was a very satisfying dish for me, Rimmer, and the others, with the rich shellfish and fish broth being very strong. Considering this, yesterday's breakfast of light soup must have been made by calculation, so this morning's breakfast would probably be light as well. From now on, it might be better to just have dinner at this inn at night and eat my own breakfast in the morning. Master, is something wrong? I was just thinking. Shall we go then? When I arrived at the dining room, Girasol was already gathered and seated. They have their equipment on and look like they're ready to go. From the looks of things, I wonder if we'll go sightseeing right after breakfast? As expected, the breakfast consisted mainly of light dishes. Yes, there may be various reasons for this, or it may be normal in this country, but it is still not enough. It would be better to eat our own breakfast and enjoy the cuisine of this country for lunch and dinner. What, Trusan? I want to eat sweets. As soon as we arrived at the Lotto after breakfast, Carla-san made a serious face and asked for some sweets. Apparently, she was hungry for something sweet. You stocked up on sweets, didn't you? I ate everything I brought. Is that bad? Carla-san stared at me with a sullen expression on her face. Her look was appealing to me, asking me to give her sweets. I want to give her as many sweets as I can when she looks at me like that, but it's hard with Carla-san. If she had brought a small amount of sweets, it would be no problem, but she brought a lot and ate it all and ran out, which is a completely different situation. It would be unfashionable if Carla-san got diabetes or something. Well, just one, then. In the end, I gave in to the stares and gave her the sweets. Well, she is an adventurer who exercises a lot, so one piece of sweets would be fine, right? What would you like? Chocolate. Oh, that one. I summoned the food storage boat and asked her what she wanted to eat, and she pointed to a famous maker of chocolates that looked like bamboo shoots. It seems that Carla-san is a bamboo shoot kind of person. I gave her the chocolate, and she immediately opened the box and happily ate the chocolate. Her ears twitched, and she was in a very good mood. She is a lovely and beautiful woman, but she is very childish in this way. But there is something comforting about her, isn't there? Rimmer also wants sweets. Rimmer also asked me for sweets. Anyway, Since Carla-san is crazy about sweets and the sunken city won't run away, let's have tea before we leave. After the tea was over, I summoned the Japanese-style boat, and we all boarded it together, keeping an eye out for people. Fufu. It's been a while since I've been on this boat. Alessia-san mumbles happily. I used to get on it quite often when I went to the southeastern island in Southern City, but I haven't summoned it much since the middle of the journey. The use of wooden boats has also decreased drastically, and I'm starting to feel sorry for them. Wooden boats have their own advantages, and when I have a chance to use them, I will actively summon them. The other members of Girasol also began to talk about their time on the Southeast Island, perhaps feeling nostalgic. I know it hasn't been that long, but I miss it somehow. I wish I could join in the conversation, but this time we're going to the sunken city, so let's take the boat out. Wow, isn't it beautiful? Within a minute, we reached the waters of the sunken city. The sunken city is right in front of us, so we can swim to it. But yes, it is beautiful. Besides, perhaps because the Japanese-style boat is so close to the sea that we can touch the sea surface, it is interesting to see the sunken city more clearly than when we saw it on the Lato. I slowly drove the Japanese-style boat along the route of the sunken city. It doesn't matter what the route is when you go by boat because it's a sunken city on the sea, but the instructor told me during the class that it's fun to do it. By moving along the route, it is easy to feel the difference between the present and the past, such as how people used to travel and where the shops are concentrated, and it is fun. To be honest, I wondered if I would be able to understand it because I feel like I am simulating life in the past. But even though not much time has passed since I fell into this world, I can understand the differences quite well and enjoy it. I wondered if that place in front of the house with the thick seaweed was a flower bed. Yufufu. It certainly looks like it is a flower bed. Do the seaweed feel more comfortable in a place where flowers grow? Dorothea-san and Ilma-san said interesting things. I followed their gaze and saw that there was indeed a dense concentration of seaweed in what looked like a flower bed. I wondered if the soil was rich in nutrients because of the flower beds. Most of all, it is amazing that they are still in a state where you can tell that they were once flower beds, even though they are a bit crumbled. I wonder if it was built very sturdily or if it sank gently into the sea. Except for seaweed and other erosion, many of the other buildings are still in pretty good shape, and I think it is correct to say that they slowly sank into the sea. Oh, Rimmer, Fu-chan, and Benny-chan, be careful not to fall off. I noticed that Rimmer, who was supposed to be sitting on my head, was now standing next to Fu-chan and Benny-chan on the edge of the boat, watching the sunken city with great interest. Rimmer can fly, so there's no problem, but I'm a little worried about Fu-chan and Benny-chan. No, they float in the hot water when they take a bath, so I wonder if they will be okay. It's all right. Rimmer's thought comes, somewhat confident that they won't fall off. Well, they can hold onto the wall and move vertically, and they won't fall off the edge of the boat. But still, when the three of them stand side by side on the edge of the boat, they look like three-colored dumplings. I wanted to eat three-colored dumplings, but neither the ferry nor the luxury liner sold three-colored dumplings. Maybe I can't eat them anymore. If I buy another ferry, I still have a chance because the selection in the store will change, but buying a ferry to eat three-colored dumplings would be too much of a waste of money. So I have to think about that. Maybe I should try to find a ferry with interesting features. That way, even if the three-colored dumplings aren't sold at the kiosks, it wouldn't be a total waste of money. Oops, this is not the time to think about three-colored dumplings when you are sightseeing in a sunken city full of rarity and romance. Let's enjoy the sunken city. Huh? Something's coming. While I was enjoying the sights of the sunken city with my digital camera, a long, thin object came out of the window of one of the houses and headed toward us. It did not seem to be moving very fast. Master, that's probably the gross worm the instructor told us about. I heard that it's weak, so I think we can kill it right away. Ah, that's it. That's the one the instructor said was very disgusting. It's sticky with mucus, and once it gets on a weapon, it's hard to get it off, he said. Felicia also looks a little uncomfortable. This is the first time I've seen this monster. It sounds interesting, and I'll take it down. Alessia-san joined the conversation. In this case, it would be embarrassing if Alessia-san defeated the monster when we know what kind of monster it is. But I don't want Felicia to defeat it, either. No, I can outrun it if I go a little faster, so we won't defeat it this time. After saying that, I increased the speed of the Japanese-style boat a little. Huh? Wait, Wataru-san. I'd like to fight it once. Please ask Marina-san or Claretta-san about the reason, and then decide whether you want to fight or not. I think I'll stop fighting. I'll go sightseeing today. After shaking off the gross worm, Alessia-san, who had heard the story from Marina-san and Claretta-san, told me this. I don't know if that's a good excuse for being so perfectly equipped, but there's no need to fight a creepy monster, right? Well, let's continue with the sightseeing. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 10 Chapter 14, 7/12. Chapter 14, Tourist Spot Me. We took the Japanese-style boat to see the sunken city. The beautiful, crystal-clear sea and the ancient city that had sunk into the sea and still retained its shape. It was quite a sight to see, partly because it was colored by various creatures, which added to the sense of fantasy. Wataru-san, can I use the shower before we go back to the inn? As soon as we returned to the Lotto, Alessia-san asked if she could borrow a shower. I was in the mood to wash my body as well since I had spent the whole day on the Japanese-style boat and had only wiped myself with a cloth yesterday. Would you like to go out on the open sea and take a bath on the Chris? Foo-foo. That's a tempting suggestion, but then I'd want to take a bath every day. I know it's rude to say that I have to put up with borrowing it, but I'll just have to put up with taking a shower for a while. But it would be nice if you could give me a bath every few days or so. It would be a hassle to go out to the open sea every day to take a bath. Besides, if we went out to the open sea, we could just stay on the Chris, which would take away the point of having taken the inn. It wouldn't add any charm to the trip. Well then, let's take a shower today, shall we? I'll be the last one to use the shower, so Alessia-san and the others can go first. Do you have a change of clothes? I brought everything, so don't worry. Then I'll use it first. Alessia-san smiles mischievously. I see, she had prepared a change of clothes with the intention of using the shower from the beginning. Well, let's have a cup of tea until it's my turn to shower. I returned to the inn surrounded by beautiful women after taking a warm bath. I wondered if they used the hot water even after taking a shower, although it is not important. What are you going to do tomorrow, Wataru-san? Are you going to see the sunken city again? While I was thinking of something silly, Alessia-san asked me about my plans for tomorrow. We saw most of the sunken city in one day today, right? I think we covered most of the sites, such as the ruins of an old church and a large pavilion where a nobleman once lived. We haven't looked at the details yet, but we still have time, and I think it would be a waste to rush around and see everything. Tomorrow, I want to check on inns. What about Alessia-san and the others? Well, I'm also curious to see how inns is doing, but it would be a nuisance to keep busting in with a large group of people. I'll send 2 of us to escort you, and the rest of us will go separately. An escort, huh? I don't think it's necessary here, but from Alessia-san's point of view, inns isn't here either, and I'm sure she's worried about me. I'll take her word for it. Thank you. So, who's coming with me? Well, Alessia-san looked at the faces of the other members. It seems that everyone wants to be Wataru-san's escort, and we can talk about it after dinner and decide. I think everyone wants to see how Ins is doing and not worry about me. Well, I'm still happy to have a beautiful woman with me, so why not? Well then, I look forward to working with you. Well, now that we have decided on tomorrow's plans, let's go back to the inn and have dinner. Yes, yesterday's stew was delicious. I wonder what kind of food we will have today? Alessia-san was also looking forward to it. She was looking forward to the seafood we were going to have since we were right by the sea. We returned to the inn and went straight to the dining room. Excuse me, what's on the menu today? I asked the waitress as we sat down in the dining room. Yes, today's special is cheese-battered baby armored shrimp and herb-battered magic oysters. How would you like them with a glass of white wine? Baby shrimp. I feel kind of guilty calling them a baby. Even if they grow up to be big, they don't want to be eaten, so it's just human guilt. but words are strange. Well, if I don't eat it, other people will eat it, so there's no point in feeling guilty about it. Well, if it goes well with white wine, yes, Alessia-san and the others are ready to drink it. I'll order some white wine for the number of people, please. Well, what about your slimes? The waitress asked us with some effort. While the food had been ordered for the number of people, including the slimes, she seemed confused about what to do with the drinks. This is my fault for the way I ordered. They're not drinking, so it's okay. I understand. Fufu. I wonder what would happen if Rima-chan and the others drank alcohol? Alessia. Benny-chan and the others are just kids. Don't even think about trying it. If you do. You know that, don't you? Why yes. Of course. I'm just kidding. I'm not trying to get them to drink. Really? Before I could answer, Dorothea-san gave Alessia-san a warning. It was a very strong and powerful warning. Alessia-san was scared. I was scared too. But both Dorothea-san and Marina-san were very loving to Rima and the others. It's comforting to have friends with the same interests, isn't it? Can Rima have a drink? Rima doesn't need to drink alcohol yet. When you're older, we'll drink together. Rima has evolved. Are you saying that you have grown up because you have evolved? He twitched a little proudly. Rima, even if you evolved, you still have to grow up, is that so? Yes. Okay. Thank God he was easily persuaded. It's not good to learn the taste of alcohol at a young age. While I was talking to Rima, Dorothea-san and Marina-san were trying to convince Fu-chan and Benny-chan that they should wait until they were older to start drinking alcohol. Alessia-san looks a little uncomfortable. Meanwhile, dinner was being served. Is this the baby? Yes. Armored shrimp is a monster. So even a baby is this big. This magic oyster is also a monster, but it is the size of an adult. I see. I was surprised, but the waitress explained it to me. I see. Because it is a monster, it is the size of a baby. I didn't expect to see a shrimp like a lobster when I was told it was a baby. Did I? The magic oysters are as big rock oysters, which makes me think that the other world is not to be underestimated. The armored shrimp was cut in half lengthwise, and the meat was covered with cheese. I've seen this kind of dish on TV with lobster or something. Let's try it anyway. I stuck a fork into the cheese-covered armored shrimp. I guessed that there was a cut in the shrimp because the cheese was still stretched, but the shrimp came out of the shell easily. That looks delicious. Cheese has a tremendous appeal just by melting and stretching, doesn't it? In the southern city and in Palermo, cheese was considered a portable food, but in this country, it is used for cooking. Is it because it is an island country that they make a slightly different cuisine? While I was wondering, I put a big piece of shrimp in my mouth with a piece of stretched cheese. Oh, it's hot. Well, it's the temperature at which the cheese melts, so of course, it's hot. The plump shrimp meat resists the bite of your teeth as you try to hold back the heat. Not to be outdone, I put all my strength into my jaw and managed to bite it off, making a crunching sound in my head. I don't think I've had food that made so much noise in my head since rice crackers. But it's not uncomfortably chewy. It requires a bit of jaw strength, but I feel an intense sense of satisfaction when I eat it. The taste is a perfect balance between the richness of the cheese and the light shrimp meat. The shrimp is a baby even at this size, so I wonder if it lacks the flavor of the meat itself. I feel like the concept of this dish is to compensate for that with the cheese. Well, this shrimp is worth eating just for its crunchiness. I think it would be amazing if the shrimp were made into shrimp chili or something with this meat. Don't you? I'm definitely going to stock up on armored shrimp before I leave, and then I'll ask Claretta-san and the god of gastronomy Sama to cook up something for me. Shrimp chili, shrimp sumei, shrimp fried rice, even plain steamed shrimp would be delicious. Yes, I'm glad I came to this country. Next, let's try this magic oyster baked with herbs. The oyster that has opened seems to be appealing to me to eat it. Fufu, I love oysters. You know. In addition, the meat of the oyster peeking through the gaps between the herbs is bulging out, showing that it has plenty of nutrients in it. When I stuck a fork into the big oyster meat with the herbs, the whole big meat was lifted up as if no knife had been inserted into it. It seemed that this was a dish to be carved and eaten by oneself. I could put it back together and cut it into pieces, but I did not feel comfortable cutting up this oyster. The juice from the delicious oyster would run out. It's a little vulgar, but I can't help it if it's for the sake of good food. I excused myself, opened my mouth as wide as I could, and bit into the oyster. What is it? You can smell the oyster's distinctive aroma of the sea, but the taste of the preserved shellfish is incomparable. Oh, it's such a strong flavor, so the herbs must go together. Maybe, but if it were just oyster meat, the flavor would be overwhelming. I would eat several pieces of ordinary grilled oysters, but I think one piece of this magic oyster would be enough to satisfy me. Wataru. More. While I was engrossed in my meal, Rimmer, who had already finished his, asked for more. Normally, when we eat out, Rimmer would go on a sharing trip, but he seemed to like the food quite a bit. I also wondered why there were no shrimp or oyster shells left on Rimmer's plate. Maybe he had digested all the shells? Well, I guess Rimmer can handle it. Well, Rimmer wants a second helping. Do you want some more? Eat. Kala-san, Fu-chan, and Benny-chan responded with their voices and thoughts in unison. As expected from a gluttonous quartet, there was a great sense of unity. Anyway, let's ask for a second helping and continue eating. Did they say marriage? I feel like a me. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 10 Chapter 15 8/12. Chapter 15. Souvenir. Yesterday we enjoyed a very satisfying dinner after touring the sunken city. I'll definitely buy some armored shrimp and magic oysters to take home. I feel bad for Ins, who couldn't eat with us, but I'm sure she's eating her mother's home-cooked food, so let's just say it's not a problem. Wataru-san. It's decided that Ilma and I will go with you to Ins. Best regards. Alessia-san said happily after finishing today's breakfast on her own. Both of them are good friends of Ins, but they're also two people who make fun of Ins, so I think it's a delicate choice for Ins. If only one of them were a stopper like Dorothea-san or Claretta-san, Ins would feel a bit more secure. Well, you know, Ins would be distracted if she was having a good time with Alessia-san and Ilma-san. Is that so? I'm looking forward to working with you. It would be a nuisance for them if we left too early, so can we rest in the room for a while first? That's probably a good idea. Then let's have a cup of tea. Dorothea-san and the others are free to go. We'll have tea together. Carla-san, upon hearing the word tea, suddenly announces her participation. She is definitely after the tea cakes. With a wry smile, Claretta-san nodded her head, so the two of them were probably planning to work together. Well then, Marina and I will go to the Adventurers Guild as planned to confirm the request and then go sightseeing in the royal capital. Dorothea-san and Marina-san waved their hands lightly and left the inn. These two seem cool, but they both have slime on their heads, which makes me smile. Wataru-san. I want some pudding. Carla-san asked for tea sweets. Let's have tea first. ******. Master, help me. After a cozy cup of tea, we visited In's parents' house, where I received a cry for help from my own tired slave. What should I do? Oh that's a fresh skirt. It looks very nice on you. Isn't it? Master's beautiful slave is suffering so much. So who cares about clothes right now? Let's leave this country as soon as possible. Felicia, I beg you to do the same. Even though she said that, I've never seen Ins dressed like a normal village girl before. Also, Ins, behind you, Ins. How can you talk like that to your own master? Mom, number. Master prefers it that way. I don't dislike it, but I don't think I prefer it. Mom? Dear mother. In's mother smiles at her. I wonder why Ins is forced to call her mother so politely. What kind of discipline does she have? It feels different than I imagined. I'm too afraid to ask. I've seen In's face, so let's go back now. Wataru-san, good morning. Please come in. Oh, yes. Excuse me. No, I answered reflexively. It was hard to leave now. Please wait a moment while I make some tea. Oh, don't mind me. In's mother left the room with Ins, who stared at me with a desperate look on her face. I wanted to tease Ins, but she didn't seem to be in the mood. Why is she so exhausted after 2 days at home? She wanted to make fun of her, didn't she? But I agree with Alessia-san. I wonder if she usually looks this exhausted after returning to her parents' house. Yufu. Ins is a high-level adventurer, So 2 days of physical exhaustion wouldn't have done that to her. She's definitely mentally challenged. I mean, she's her own mother, but what she does is amazing. Ilma-san seems to have some sympathy for In's mother. Please don't let it affect you, Ilma-san. If Ilma-san, who has an S trait, to begin with, develops into an extreme sadist, it would be unmanageable. Master, I brought you some tea. Tea, thank you. In's, dressed like a village girl, brought the tea gracefully. No, not gracefully at all. She is desperately trying to look up so that the mother behind her does not see her. She's thinking about getting out. It's like she wants to get out of this country as soon as possible. Should I even think about leaving because I don't want Ins to suffer beyond recovery? But I haven't been able to enjoy this country at all yet. So, what, Ru-san? What is wrong with you today? If it's about Ins, I'd like to take a moment of your time. Oh, In's mother asked me for some time first. I came to see how Ins is doing and also to give you this because I couldn't give it to you last time. It's a product I've been working with. It's not famous yet, but it's a product and a pastry that has a good reputation in some circles. I was kind of scared, so I offered her a bath set, an assortment of cosmetics, and a box of donuts to put her in a good mood for now. And by the way, I didn't forget to bring her a souvenir last time. I just couldn't give it to her. Well, we can't thank you enough for the time you gave us to spend with Ins, but we can't accept such a gift from you. Huh? Is this really a refusal? Or is this a pattern of refusing at least once for the sake of appearances? I have never visited a house with a gift in this world, so it's hard for me to judge. Dear mother, you should accept it without saying so. Oops. Did she really want to refuse it if Ins interrupted her to accept it? Ins-chan. In's mother calls her own daughter's name with a voice that sounds like it's coming from the bottom of her stomach. Has Ins stepped on a landmine? I'm afraid because I don't know what kind of politics and discipline is being used against Ins. What? Mother was jealous of my hair and skin, so I told you. The things Master has brought you are so precious that kings and nobles would change the color of their eyes to buy them. If you refuse, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Oh, for some reason, Ins started to resist. What kind of change of heart is this after she had been quieter than usual, unable to resist her mother? Ugh. Is that the secret of In's beauty? Does it make your hair shiny and silky? In's mother's expression changed to one of astonishment, and she looked anxiously at the souvenirs I had offered her. That's right. You know it when you see it. Not only Master but Felicia, Alessia, and Ilma are all looking shiny, aren't they? You can have them because I'm Master's slave. So, no more lectures. I see. The souvenir I brought was critical for In's mother, so she thought this would be a good opportunity to get her to stop lecturing her. But it's been 2 days, and she's still being lectured. It might seem a bit too long, but when your own daughter is gambling and selling herself, and there's a way to get her released immediately afterward, a slave contract in favor of fun. Yeah. 2 days of lecturing is too short. Indeed. They're all shiny. In's mother reaches for the souvenir and pulls back. Her conscience as a mother and her psychology as a woman seems to be in conflict. Ins looks at me and gives me a well done look. Well, Ins was exhausted, and if I could loosen up the lecture a bit, that would be good, right? Anyway, since she seemed to be having a hard time keeping her nerve, I thought I'd give her a little support. I'd like to get a lot of people to tell me what they think about this. If you can, could you tell me later how it works for you? If that's the case, I'll be happy to use it. In's mother, who had been extremely reluctant, accepted the gift after much hesitation. Yes, Ins knows how to use it, so please ask her later. Hey, Master, come here for a moment. Ins, who had subtly changed her attitude, led me into a corner of the room. Master, if you say such a thing, my stay will be decided. Please get me out of here somehow. Huh? But earlier, you told your mother not to lecture you, didn't you? So I thought that if she didn't lecture you, you would want to stay at your parents' house a little longer. I've had enough of my parents' house, you know. I got sad looks from my father and brother and a lecture from my mother. In's homecoming was apparently a needle in a haystack. I expected her mother to be angry with her, but it seems she's also been damaged by the stares of her father and brother. But I've already said it. Well, I'm going to talk to her to lighten In's lecture, so hang in there a little longer. Besides, you should work harder, because if you can get rid of your family's anger here, it'll be easier for you to come back in the future, right? I understand, but you must convince my mother. And even if you can't come today or tomorrow, come and get me if you need my help in a few days. If I pick her up so soon, I won't be able to see the disciplined Ins, will I? But if I leave her here, I'll be afraid of Ins when she comes back. I'll just have to try a little harder. Okay, I'll think about it. When I nervously returned to my seat, In's mother's eyes were fixed on the souvenir. She seemed quite interested in it. In-san's mother. Oh, by the way, I didn't tell you my name. Sorry, you can call me Bella. Well, she wasn't able to introduce herself, was she? No, I've been through a lot, don't worry about it. So, Bella-san, I haven't decided yet, but I will probably ask Ins for help in a few days. I see. I understand. I'll make sure she's well trained by then. Bella-san looked a little sad and then promised to train her with all her might. No, that's not what I meant. So, Ins, don't stare at me. No, as for me, In-san's genuine nature saved my life, so I'd be happy if she could have a good time with her family, regardless of the discipline. I appreciate you saying that. But won't this child's selfishness make you lose interest in her? That's the part she was worried about. There was no expiration date on the contract, but it would be a disaster if things got out of hand between me and Ins. Well, I promised the god of commerce Sama that I would take good care of In-san when we signed the contract, so I hope you can rest assured. Oh, Bella-san looked incredibly relieved. It really is a world where God's power has been confirmed, and God's trustworthiness is outstanding. That's why, since In-san came back, please have a good time when you are with her. Thank you. Bella-san bowed deeply. It'll probably be okay now. I wonder why I have to go through all this trouble, but I will consider it my duty as a master of a slave. Ins, I've done my best, so you'll have to serve me when I return. I will take you at your word and enjoy my time with Ins for a little while. Huh? Just a little? Does that mean she'll continue to discipline her? Ins, I'm sorry, okay? Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 10 Chapter 16, 9/12. Chapter 16, Treasure Hunt. When I visited In's parents to see how she was doing, I was greeted by an exhausted Ins. When all is said and done, I think I'll be able to convince Bella-san to keep things quiet, and In's homecoming will be a little happier. Maybe. Phew, it was a lot more trouble than I thought, so I didn't get to enjoy it at all. I guess so. It wasn't the kind of atmosphere that would expose In's selfishness. This time, I avoided Bella-san's invitation to show hospitality with the excuse that I wanted her to use the souvenirs as soon as possible, which didn't seem like a very logical excuse. And when we left In's parents' house, Alessia-san and Ilma-san said some pretty terrible things. Well, even though they said such things with their mouths, they looked worried when Ins was exhausted, and I guess they have a character of not being honest. But when Ins seemed relaxed, they might have really exposed her or something, so maybe they're just in a bad buddy relationship. What, Trusan? We still have some time before lunch. What are you going to do afterward? Well, I was thinking of doing some random sightseeing, but I have to pick up Ins within the next few days, so I think I'll go back to the inn and figure out what to do. I need a reason that doesn't feel like a lie and that In's family will be happy with. You're going to pick up Ins? Alessia-san asks curiously. Oh, we were whispering at the time, so only me and Rima heard. Yes. She seemed somehow uncomfortable, so she asked me when I was taken to the corner of the room. Alessia-san and Ilma-san, is there any way we can just pick her up? The persuasion was so subtle that the later I went to pick her up, the worse In's mood would be when I returned. I was her master, so it wouldn't be terrible, but I still didn't want In's bad mood to affect the night's service. Oh, you asked me to do it, but the way to pick her up? Normally, I would just say we're going on an adventure, and we need Ins, but here we don't have a job that suits us. Do you want to fake it by pretending that you were asked to do it? I thought about that too. But it's hard to do. Dario-kun and Flora-san work at the Adventurers Guild, so I think it would be easy for them to find out that we lied about it. Alessia-san agreed with me as if that were the case. What, Trusan? Can't you just say that we're leaving and you've come to pick them up? Ilma-san made a simple suggestion. If we really want to leave, that's fine, but I haven't done enough sightseeing and haven't met any mermaids yet, so I'd like to stay in this country a little longer if possible. Besides, even if I lied here and went to pick up Ins, it would be awkward for both Ins and me if the lie was discovered when we came back to this country. I may not come to this country often, but it would simply be a waste to have more countries that are difficult to visit. Why don't you check out the request from the Adventurers Guild with your own eyes? Felicia is trying to tell me that there might be requests that are not suitable for Alessia-san and the others but might be suitable for me. It is true that Alessia-san and the others would ask me to help them if they had a good request, but they would not look for a request on the premise that I would help them. From my point of view, there might be a request that is worth accepting. Besides, if I fulfill a great request, Dario-kun will confirm it, and I think In's trust in me will be restored a little. I wonder if there is a request to find something legendary. That's probably right. Alessia-san, do you mind if we stop by the Adventure Guild? No problem. Dorothea is supposed to check on the request. But what you want to see is different from what we want to see, isn't it? It helps that the conversation is so quick. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It's true that these are all requests that are not suitable for Alessia-san and the others. The requests available are for killing weak monsters near the royal capital, help with fishing and carrying cargo, and escort requests. It's not that different from the southern city. Even if Girasol, an A-rank party, were to accept these requests, it would be a waste of time. On the other hand, the requests that Alessia-san and the others can't accept are quite substantial. Most of the requests are in the sea, so I guess the fishermen will play a big role. But in this case, I don't think I'll be able to find a request that requires In's help. Master, look at the reception desk. While I was thinking of another way to save In's, Felicia called me. I did as I was told and looked at the counter and saw Flora-san waving at me. Does she want to see me about something? Just in time, I asked her if she had any interesting requests. Hello, Flora-san. Do you need anything? Hello, Wataru-san. I was a little curious as to why Wataru-san, who is a merchant, was looking at the request. If an acquaintance of yours, who is a merchant, was looking intently at the Adventurers Guild's request board, would that bother you? I came here to see if the Adventurers Guild in this country had any interesting requests since I went sightseeing yesterday and thought it would be a waste to just go out to sea. Do you know anything about that, Flora-san? Ins is having a hard time, and she'll sulk if she's left out of something fun, won't she? Flora-san laughs mischievously. Flora-san seems to have gone to see Ins as well. Or has she heard from Dario-kun? Come to think of it, Dario-kun is not here, but, well, I met him at the port the other day, so I guess he is working outside. I looked at Ins before I came here. If I find a request that looks interesting, I'll invite Ins to join me, so it's okay. Ins will be happy to hear that. That girl has been squeezed a lot. Well, since that's the case, do you have anything you think she might like? Well, it's hard to say since the main request here is for the sunken city. I heard that you have a magic ship, so it's not like there aren't any requests at all. But when it comes to what Ins would like, Flora-san was also worried. Well, it is not as if there are no requests lying around. Flora-san, are there any legends or suspicious rumors? It would be fun to search for hidden pirate treasure, wouldn't it? Treasure hunting is a man's dream, isn't it? I am the only male member of the group, though. Hidden pirate treasure? Well, there are a lot of pirates, so if you find their hideouts, you might be able to find their treasures. But pirates are sometimes connected to the state, so it could be troublesome, you know? Oh, so there are pirates in this world. That means it's not a treasure hunt, it's a regular pirate attack, right? I don't think there's any romance in it. It's not the kind of treasure hunt I had in mind, so I'll stop. Foo-foo. It would be helpful if you could eliminate the pirates. But Wataru-san is a merchant, so don't push yourself too hard. But there is one place where there is a high probability of finding the treasure. Please tell me more about it. I was waiting for this kind of information. I'm sorry to get your hopes up, but it's in the ocean. so it's hard for Wataru-san to find it. Is that what you call lifting and dropping? What do you mean? Actually, some simple maps of sunken cities have been found, and on one of them, the location of the castle of the lord who ruled the sunken city in the past was marked. It is said to be the castle of a wealthy duke who ruled a wealthy port city, and there are said to be some things of considerable value there. A rich duke's castle, that's romantic. Even if it is not a king's castle, a duke's castle would have a treasure trove. So you mean they haven't found the castle yet? No. The castle has been found. Then aren't the mermaids and fishermen exploring? I would love to see a castle sunk in the sea, but if it has been fully explored, there is no point in going there. When the castle was discovered, it was already a nest of sea serpents. Even though mermaids and fishermen are good in the sea, it would be suicide to rush into a nest full of sea serpents. Besides, if you can defeat a sea serpent, you can make more money than a cheap treasure. The sea serpent was a white gold coin for one of them. Then you can live in peace for the rest of your life if you don't go into the danger zone and kill the sea serpent safely in another place. No one but the most eager would explore the area. And what about me? If I were a lover of things, I could buy a submarine and go to a castle that seems to be very deep in the ocean. The problem is that it would be very conspicuous if I explored the castle, which is a sea serpent's nest, and found a treasure. If I keep quiet, they won't know, but that would mean that its domestic hierarchy would remain at the bottom of the heap. It's getting tiresome to think about it. The original was conspicuous, and now that the luxury liner has been made public, it's even more conspicuous. I don't think it makes sense to be afraid of being conspicuous now. Besides, ins is just a good reason, and I myself am very interested in castles that sink in the sea. Why don't I just pretend that I borrowed the submarine from the mage and go treasure hunting in the Duke's sunken castle? If I can make it sound like I owe everything to the mage, then I feel like I can do whatever I want. The mage is all-powerful, isn't he? Flora-san, can you get the map that shows the Duke's castle? I can get you a copy that shows the general location. But what are you going to do? Flora-san looked at me with a puzzled expression. Well, there's no point in me getting a map if I can't get to the castle before the sea serpent nests, right? Actually, I have an idea about a ship that can dive into the sea. If I could borrow it, I could go on a little treasure hunt. What, True-san? When a ship dives into the sea, it's called sinking, right? Flora looked very worried. I felt a little sad when I imagined what she thought of me now, but it seems that there are no submarines in this world, or at least they are not a major part of it. There are ships that don't sink when they dive. For that reason, please give me a map, even if you say so. Flora-san was in terrible trouble. Should I have said that it would commemorate my visit to the Aquamarine Kingdom? Well, let's somehow persuade her and explore the Duke's castle sunk to the bottom of the sea. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 10 Chapter 17 10/12. Chapter 17, Submarine Selection. In order to rescue Ins from her parents' house, I talked to the Adventurers Guild to get some kind of request, and I was able to get such romantic information about the Duke's castle. In return, Flora-san will be worried about me, so I'll have to make it up to her later. But first, let's get the map from the worried Flora-san. Don't worry, Wataru-san is more amazing than Flora-san thinks. Yufufu, you can rest assured that he is not so stupid that he would commit suicide without any chance of winning. While I was wondering how to convince them, Alessia-san and Ilma-san gave me some cover. Apparently, these two are also interested in the Duke's castle in the sunken city. They looked very excited. But you say it's a ship that won't sink even if it dives. That's not a ship, is it? When you put it that way, yes, it is. Do submarines fall into the category of a ship at all? Yes, it's not a ship. But Wataru-san seems to be sure, so it's okay. Right, Wataru-san? Alessia-san looked at me with a very expectant look. For some reason, she has a great deal of trust in me. Normally, a ship sinking in the sea would be unbelievable, but, well, I summon all kinds of unusual things, so it's a little late for that. Considering the luxury liner or the amphibious ranger, a submarine would be acceptable. Yeah, as long as I can borrow an awesome ship from an awesome person, it will be fine. If not, We'll settle for a leisurely sightseeing tour. I wonder if it's okay for these people to look at me like that. The guilds in this country must have heard about the mage, but they don't seem to know that I'm involved, so I guess it can't be helped. Well, it can't be helped if it comes to that. I'll be fine, so please give me the map. Let's just go through with the momentum. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Master. As expected, what about him? Felicia asked me with a slightly worried look. I understand very well how she feels. I just gave up trying to convince Flora-san and got the map by asking her hard and persistently. Well, I understand what you're saying. But we have the map, so there's no problem. It was just a little embarrassing for me, Felicia, Alessia-san, and Ilma-san because of all the attention we were getting. Alessia-san and Ilma-san laughed amusedly, so no problem. But I felt a little sorry for the serious Felicia, you know? But even if you didn't force yourself to get the map today, couldn't you have just asked another receptionist to get it for you later as normal? I see, I must have been a little stubborn. I was happy to get the map, but I guess there was an easier way. It's embarrassing. Yes, you could say that. But I didn't want to do anything that would betray In's friend, Flora-san. I see. Felicia nodded her head in understanding. Felicia is nice. But I think she's too nice, isn't she? Well, it was fun, and we got the map, so who cares? But more importantly, what True-san, what kind of ship can dive into the sea? Alessia-san asks me with sparkling eyes. Her curiosity seems to have been piqued. Well, I haven't checked it thoroughly yet, so I'll explain in detail later. I just confirmed the existence of the ship on the ship purchase screen, so I can't explain it in detail because the specifications are vague. Oh, I see. Then let's check it out quickly. Alessia-san smiled. I guess she's just curious. Well, I'm pretty excited, too, because I'm about to experience a real treasure hunt. When it comes to otherworldly fantasy, a treasure hunt is an iron rule, isn't it? In my case, I've changed my profession from adventurer to merchant, so I feel like I can finally experience the high road of otherworldly fantasy. I understand. Let's go back to the inn and choose the ship. This is starting to get fun, so let's quickly choose a submarine and begin our adventure and rescue events. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I didn't know there were so many different types of submarines. Why are there so many kinds? In Japan, I have never heard of a rich person owning a submarine, but I wonder if private submarines are common overseas. Also, when I clicked on the submarine tab on the purchase screen, something like a military submarine even appeared. But what does that mean? If it were a military submarine or something, it would still make sense, but a private submarine? It's kind of super luxurious, like a luxury liner. Is there such a demand in the world? Phew. I thought other worlds were weird, but I guess there are enough weird things on Earth. I finally realized how I had been living in a small world when I came to the other world. Master, have you decided which ship to buy? Has it been decided? As I looked up at the sky after realizing that Earth was not to be underestimated, Felicia and Rima spoke to me. No, I haven't made a purchase yet. I checked them all out, but there are so many different kinds, I'm not sure what to do. Since I was in the mood for some kind of healing, I hugged Rima, who was flapping his wings and flying hard, and answered while hugging him. Yes, since I'm in the mood, let's get Felicia to give me a lap pillow. I need a lot of healing right now. Are there so many ships diving in the ocean? Yes, more than I expected. I'll have Alessia-san and the others wait, so I'd like to choose one soon, but it's hard to decide. When I went back to the inn to look for a submarine, I was sandwiched between Alessia-san and Ilma-san and couldn't calmly choose a submarine, so I asked them to go back to their room. They looked quite disappointed, and if I had made them wait too long, they would have stormed into my room. As for me, I was very happy to be sandwiched between Alessia-san and Ilma-san, but it was an expensive purchase, so I wanted to choose calmly. I feel like I should just buy an expensive one since I have the money, but the problem is that I have to do charity work to give back to this continent for the money I spent to buy the ship. I'd like to experience what a luxury submarine is like with almost $10 billion. but it's hard to add $10 billion worth of charity work. Even just one platinum coin that the god of commerce Sama told me to spend on charity, and I've hardly reduced it. It's an expensive purchase, so please don't rush your decision. Wataru, do your best. Yes, I'll do my best. With Felicia's lap pillow and Rimu's support, I'm 100 times more energetic. It was getting kind of tedious, but let's make a serious choice without getting knocked down. I get motivated and check the purchase screen again. It also says how long it can dive, but that is something to do with water pressure, doesn't it? When summoning a ship, the default effect is basically indestructibility, and if it doesn't break, then I shouldn't have to worry about the depth of the water. First of all, a two-person submersible is different this time, right? I want one for playing around, not for exploring with a large group. No, maybe if I buy a bigger submarine and use it as an extension, especially if we're going to be exploring castles, I might need a sub that can turn into a small circle. I'd hold off on that one. A submarine that can hold 3 to 6 people and explore the ocean floor. This seems like a good choice for exploration. It has an arm, so I think I can open doors and such, and I think I need to buy this one. But even if I buy a 6-seater, there are 9 of us plus Remo and the others, so it's still too small. If it doesn't break down, we can squeeze aboard like we did during the war with the Empire, but will the air be okay with the overcrowding? The ship can be made the best it can be, but will the air be replenished? That needs to be tested as well. Speaking of which, what happens if I summon a normal ship underwater? Will it summon air? Or that it can't be summoned underwater because it has an unsinkable effect? To begin with, let's not forget to check this when we dive underwater. Next is, this one seems the most comfortable to me. It can hold 10-20 people, and the facilities on board are luxurious, like a luxury cruise ship. It has beds and a living room. It has windows on both sides of the ship, so you can enjoy underwater sightseeing in elegance. It is probably a luxury cruiser version of a submarine. Finally, a super luxury version of a submarine. This class of submarine would make it possible to build an independent undersea nation, but it is huge and not suitable for exploration. Even the Duke's castle would probably be inaccessible. I guess I'll think about it after I fulfill my promise to the god of commerce Sama. Considering this, I think it would be best to use a submarine that is easy to stay in, not too big, and can hold 10 to 20 people as the main submarine, and explore with a submersible that can hold 3 to 6 people for underwater exploration. There is no need to buy 2 types of submarines, a main one and a secondary one, and we can explore with just the submersible for undersea exploration. But I would like to have a submarine that allows all of us to explore the ocean floor in a relaxed manner. Well, the submarine can be operated by Alessia-san and the others using the staff appointment system, and it would be more efficient if I bought several submarines and then divided them up and boarded them without forcing everyone to board together. But it would be hard to give up the idea of boarding a cramped submarine with a group of beautiful women in close proximity. No, if the air quality were not a problem, I should try it at least once. Because if I spend the extra money on ship summoning, that means I have to work harder for charity, and that's not good. I am not thinking of eroticism at all. I just cherish the spirit of Motenai as a Japanese person. That's why I can endure being cramped in a small hut. Yes, I can't help it. I can't help it. Well, now that I have decided on a plan, all that remains is to choose a main submarine and a secondary submarine. Let's narrow it down to a few candidates and make a final decision after hearing the opinions of Alessia-san, Felicia, Remo, and the rest of the group. If I buy a new ship when Ins isn't here, she might get mad at me, but in this case, Ins has a problem, so I'll trust that she'll be fine. Yes, I think I have most of the details figured out. So let's go to Alessia-san and the others' room. Understood. Rima play with Fu-chan and Benny-chan. Huh? By the way, are all the members back in the room except Alessia-san and Ilma-san? Well, let's go there. If they are not there, we can decide together after dinner. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 10 Chapter 18, 11/12. Chapter 18, The Power of Souvenirs. From Flora-san, I received information and a map of the Duke's castle, which had sunk to the bottom of the sea. I have roughly chosen a submarine to get there, and now all I have to do is choose and buy a submarine with Alessia-san and the others, rescuers, and go on a treasure hunt. I'm getting very excited. What kind of ship are you going to buy, Watru-san? Alessia-san asked me with an incredibly excited expression on her face. Since no one but Alessia-san and Ilma-san had returned, she had to wait until after dinner, which seemed to make her anticipation even greater. If I had said something like, "Today's dinner was delicious, too," she would have been offended. Let's see, I narrowed down several candidates at lunchtime, and I'm going to choose two of them, one for the main course and one for the side dish. I'll show you the candidates now, so please let me know which ship you like. When I made the ship purchase screen visible to everyone, I was surrounded by 7 beautiful women. I feel very popular and a little better. Oh, that chubby one. That's Fu-chan. Huh? With Rimo on my head and Fu-chan and Benny-chan on both shoulders, I'm feeling a little buzzed. Normally I'd be very happy with this situation, but this arrangement is a little sad in the middle of a crowded group of beautiful women. Watru-san, it doesn't look like a ship, but is that tube-like thing a ship that can dive into the sea? A tube? Does it look like a tube to Alessia-san? To me, with wings attached, it looks more like an aeroplane. Yes, it's the perfect shape for diving. Maybe. I wonder what these numbers mean. Watru-san? Dorothea-san seemed curious about the specifications of the submarine. Well, it's the size and the number of how far it can dive into the sea. The ship I'm buying here should have an indestructible feature, so I don't think you need to worry about anything other than the size. I guess it'll be okay even if it's 10,000 meters deep or something. It'll be okay, right? I'm a little scared because I can't imagine which is better, 10,000 meters of water pressure or the attack power of the gods. But as long as it's within the range where mermaids can be active, it shouldn't be a problem. Watru-san, is there a shop on this ship? There are no shops on the submarine. Oh, Carla-san sighed. But there wasn't even a store on the sightseeing submarine, so she had to give up. I can't find it on the purchase screen, but I wonder if there's a shop on a warship or something. I mean, Alessia-san and the others are really interested in it. They asked me so many questions one after the other that I couldn't answer them all. Phew. So this is the main submarine, and this round 3-person submersible will be the submarine? When I confirmed it, everyone, including Rimo and the others, nodded their heads. But it took longer than expected. For the submersible, it was easy to decide to prepare several small 3-person submersibles since we would be exploring the castle. However, it was difficult to choose the main submarine because of different preferences for the interior and equipment. Next time, I will buy one on my own without consulting them. However, apart from the main one, the submarine was a bit disappointing. It seemed like it would have been fun to all be crammed into a small space, but after some calm discussion, we decided that there was no need to go to the trouble of cramming ourselves into a small space. The cost was slightly lower for the tightly packed group, so I initially had the upper hand, but the tightly packed group would be larger than the small group and would have fewer moves, which would be detrimental to searching the castle. So it was crucial that there was no advantage other than cost. Watru-san, an underwater adventure sounds like fun, doesn't it? Fufu, I wonder what kind of world is under the sea? Alessia-san spoke to me in a great mood. She was looking forward to exploring under the sea. Well, according to the map we got, the castle is at a very deep depth, so there's a possibility that it will be so dark that we won't be able to see anything. How long does it take for light to reach underwater? No. I'm sure I've heard of it, but I can't remember. Didn't they teach you that in school? Well, it's a place that mermaids can reach, so light can probably reach it, so it should be fine. There are things like water pressure and temperature involved, and I think no matter how many mermaids there are, they can't dive that deep. I look forward to seeing what kind of world it is. For now, would it be alright if we practice on the sub tomorrow and the day after and leave the day after that? Even though I can operate any ship I buy, I am afraid to take a risk on a submarine. The submarine will be operated by Alessia-san and the others, so they should practice well. I think I would get angry in Japan if I said something like solid practice after about 2 days of practice. Yeah, I'm looking forward to practicing as well. I left Alessia-san and the others, who were nodding in a good mood, and returned to my room. She seemed to be in such a good mood that she would accept anything I asked her to do now. Perhaps I should have confessed. By the way, I have to contact Ins. If I could talk to her tomorrow morning and ask her to come over the day after tomorrow, that should be fine. No, I just came to tell Ins-san about my schedule, so there is no need for me to come in. It's too early in the morning, so I can't bother you. If it's Wataru-san, you're always welcome here, so don't worry about it being early in the morning. Please come in, come in. I only needed to talk to Ins for a minute, but In's mother, Bella-san, dragged me into the house. I'm afraid the reaction is very different from what I'm used to. Felicia, Claretta-san, you are my escort, right? Please help me. Where's Ins? Ins doesn't show up, even though I'm sent into the living room and offered tea. And Bella-san sits smiling in front of me. I feel endlessly embarrassed. Her body is getting dull from all the housework and etiquette, so I let her go for a run. She should be back by now, so please wait a little. Ins runs. When she was with me, she did some pairing exercises with Felicia and Girasol, but she didn't do that kind of physical training, did she? Maybe she said her body was dull because she wanted to get away from housework and etiquette, but I think Bella-san is better than that, and she knocked her up in the morning and sent her running. She could have saved the lecture but instead dug her own grave. Oh, I see. Well, I don't know if I should say this, but, you know, you've changed so much, so beautifully. It may seem strange to say this to the mother of my slave, but Bella-san has become so beautiful that I almost feel as if she has become young again. She is In's mother, and although she was beautiful to begin with, she now looks more like a sister than In's mother. Maybe it's the effect of the souvenir I gave her, but how can a change occur so quickly? Maybe the original potential was extraordinarily high, I don't know. Fufu, thank you very much. The beauty products and soaps that Wataru-san gave me were wonderful. And the donuts, right? They were delicious, too. This good mood seemed to be a result of the souvenirs. If she is so happy, I will give her another delivery before I leave the Aquamarine Kingdom. I'm home. Oh, Master, you came to pick me up. Ins came back with eyes like dead fish, but her face lit up as soon as she saw me. I felt a little happy, but I didn't come to pick her up today. It would be bad for In's family if I took her away suddenly, and I wanted her to wait until tomorrow night. We are going on a little adventure, not today, but the day after tomorrow. I'd like you to come with me tomorrow night. Is that okay with you? I said, and Ins led me into the corner of the room. Do we still need to have a private talk? Wait. Why tomorrow night? Ins looks incredibly frustrated. Well, do you still have problems staying at home? Bella-san seems to be in a great mood, and the lectures are over, right? Do you really hate housework and etiquette so much? That's the part one wants you to work on. I'd like to experience the graceful Ins or Ins home cooking. Master, you need to learn more about women's hearts. That smile isn't just a smile. It's the smile of a predator with hidden desires. She must be under a lot of stress because Ins says some crazy things. What do you mean? She's quiet now when Master is here, but when Master isn't, she asks a lot of questions to find out the secret of my beauty. I'd rather have a lecture than this. Even Flora has noticed the change in my mother and is questioning me. Maybe she'll come over tonight and make a fuss again. Well, Bella-san has suddenly changed so much. Flora-san must be wondering about it too. What does Bella-san want to hear if she's become so beautiful? Bella-san has become amazingly beautiful, right? Master is naive, you know. Yes, it is true that she has changed a lot since taking care of herself, but from a woman's point of view, the difference between her and me is obvious. It's the difference in the number of times you've taken care of yourself, isn't it? Why don't you tell her that she will become more beautiful with time? I said it's the difference in frequency and age, but she sees the difference not only in my hair and face but also in the shine of my skin and my nails. and she asks me about those differences as well. The difference in age is, how could you go into the dangerous part, even when you are dealing with your own mother? Isn't that why you get run over in the morning? And the difference in the nails and the skin? I can only vaguely tell the difference, but it's probably the effect of a full-body treatment or a nail salon. A full-body beauty treatment is really impossible to get as a souvenir, so what's the point? Even if I don't think about it, the luxury liner has gone public, and my secret is almost out, right? If she makes a contract with the god of commerce Sama, just in case, would it be okay if I invite her on the luxury liner? But I'm afraid that might be a good opportunity to further lose control of my information. Master, phew, it's not a life-threatening situation, and I have no problem leaving it alone, but I feel weak when Ins stares at me with teary eyes. I'm wondering if I should leave her alone until tomorrow night and run away from the Aquamarine Kingdom after the exploration, or invite her family to the luxury liner. I'm at a loss. Striving for the luxury liner, Volume 10 Chapter 19, 12/12. Chapter 19, The White Dolphin. The morning after I bought the submarine, I went to In's parents' house to tell them about my future plans and found that Bella-san had been transformed. That's how much she liked my souvenirs, so it was good, right? Master, I hate to put it this way, but I don't think she'll give up until she learns the secret of my good looks. I envy her mentality to be able to say she's beautiful herself. Well, I can't say anything because Ins is really beautiful. What happened to that whole I'm going to discipline Ins thing she was so excited about? The main reason I left Ins with Bella-san was because I wanted to see Ins in a more ladylike way. This also makes my discipline more strict. Obviously, that was partly to tighten the discipline and to make me talk. No, that's more the main purpose. So she didn't relax Ins education after all? Well, as far as I'm concerned, as long as the discipline continues, I have no problem with it. The only problem is that Ins doesn't seem to have changed much. They say that the soul of a child of 3 is equal to 100, but it seems that my plan for Ins to be graceful is just a dream. Can't you fool her? It is hard. This mother is constantly trying to chip away at my heart, making the most of her promise to discipline me. She's a formidable adversary. Why do I hear such disturbing words as chipping away at the heart and formidable enemy when I listen to the conversation between a daughter and her mother? I wonder with all my heart. Now that I think about it, Felicia's family reunion and relationship after the reunion must have been wonderful. But I don't understand why she is so interested in it. I hear that women have a great obsession with beauty, and I feel like I could be hurt if I react badly. Okay, I get it. Do you think I should invite her on board on the condition that she makes a contract with the god of commerce Sama? I could run away, but I'd like to improve my position in In's house, and inviting her would be the safest thing to do. No problem then. I'm sorry to have put you through all this trouble. You're welcome. Let's continue. When I return from the corner of the living room, Bella-san is looking at me with a beautiful smile. In says it's a predator's smile, but I don't really understand it, even though she tells me either Bella-san is amazing, or I'm just not good enough to see it. Bella-san, In-san would like to invite our family, but there are a lot of secrets that need to be kept, so I have to ask you to sign a contract to keep the events of the place you are invited to a secret. What would you do if she refuses here? That's fine. Wataru-san, is this a secret that has to do with the beauty of Ins-chan or the people around you? Wataru-san, the people around me are Felicia and the members of Girasol. They were beautiful, to begin with, but I bet they've become even more beautiful since they've been treated on the luxury liner. That's part of the secret, right? That's why Ins-san couldn't answer Bella-san's question. Well, I didn't realize that. Ins-chan, I am sorry for asking you so many questions. Wataru-san, I have no problem with the contract, so I would appreciate it very much. I was asked very politely. Normally, I would have hesitated a little longer, but I don't know if it's because she trusts me or because of her relentless pursuit of beauty. I can't remember doing anything to be trusted that much. I understand. We will definitely invite you after the exploration, so please coordinate your free time with Dario-kun and Ins-sans further as well. Master, what about Flora? I don't mind if you can't invite her, but she'll complain if you don't tell her. I remember that Flora-san was also worried about Bella-san's change. She seems to be good friends with Ins, and it's hard for a beautiful woman to resent me, so I should invite her. I wouldn't mind if she signed the contract with the god of commerce Sama. Thank you, Master. I feel like my likability with Ins has gone up quite a bit. Now that we've finished talking, Alessia-san and the others are waiting for us. I'm going to leave now and do some training on the submarine. I didn't tell Ins our original purpose. What, Trusan? It looks like it took quite a while. Did something happen? No, well, the conversation went in a direction I wasn't expecting, and it took a while. I'm sorry. I had planned to return to the inn as soon as I informed Ins of my plans. But when I told Ins of my plans after we finished talking about inviting Bella-san and the others, Ins started complaining, and it took even longer. I hope she'll be a little more patient since we can meet tomorrow night. Well, it was because Bella-san was in a good mood and was determined to teach Ins so she wouldn't cause me any trouble. She said, "You don't have to apologize." So what happened? Alessia-san and the members of the group listening in the background are very curious. I wonder if Kirisul had such a gossipy, auntie-like personality when we first met. I'll tell you what happened on the Lotto, so let's get on with it, shall we? That's right. Then let's get going. Maybe they were looking forward to the submarine training and thought they would hear interesting stories. Alessia-san and the others are in quite a good mood. The only ones who are quiet are Remo and the others, and Felicia and Claretta-san, who accompanied me to In's parents' house. No, Carla-san stays calm and relaxed. She doesn't get too excited about anything except food. We went to the Lotto and started the ship while explaining what happened at In's parents' house. If we go out to the open sea, strong monsters will appear, so even in the aquamarine kingdom, where there are many fishermen and mermaids, we won't be seen by people. We should be able to train the submarine in peace. By the way, the invitation for In's family to join us on the luxury liner was accepted without any problems. Well, first, I will summon the main submarine. I summon the submarine while Kirisul, Felicia, Remo and the others watch. Well, it should be exciting to summon a new ship, but the magic circle of light that appears looks shabby. Well, it can't be helped. If the magic circle summons a luxury liner or a ferry, and the magic circle summons a submarine of about 20 meters, it is only natural that the former is superior in scale. The submarine that appeared from the magic circle had a pure white hull with several windows in the fuselage. The shape of the submarine was also unique, looking like an airplane with small wings. What, Trusan? This is the ship that dives into the sea, right? It looks a bit like a gluttony shark in shape, but is it made in reference to a fish? Dorothea-san asked me with a serious face. It looks like an airplane to me, but people who don't know about airplanes see it as a fish. When you put it like that, it doesn't look like a fish at all. But I don't know what submarines are made of, you know. It is a ship that dives into the sea, so it is possible that it was made in reference to a fish. I don't know much about it, but it seems to have a lot in common. I know this is a painful explanation for me to give. If I could secretly search the internet at a time like this, I would be able to create an intelligent me. It's a shame. I wonder if I can do something about it by asking the creator god Sama. I see. If you think of these parts as flippers and these parts as tail and dorsal fins, there are indeed many common parts. A ship that refers to a fish. I'm really excited to see how it moves. Dorothea-san's dazzling smile makes me feel guilty. Well, even airplanes were originally based on birds, so it shouldn't be a total mistake. Don't worry, if Dorothea-san is happy with it, it's the truth in this world. What, Trusan, what are you going to name this ship? Just in time, Alessia-san changed the subject. But a name for the ship? I hadn't thought of that. Dorothea-san said it looked like a gluttony shark, so how about the shark or the gluttony? That's not good. I don't want to take the name of a shark that greedily follows you everywhere and endlessly attacks unbreakable barriers and ships. But, well, maybe taking a name from a fish is a good idea. Let's reject sharks. Whale. The whale? That's something else. It's big enough, but I think a whale would suit a more majestic type of ship. This submarine has a shape that is more sporty than majestic. I'm going to call this ship the White Dolphin. Somehow, the hatch looks like a dorsal fin, and if it's not a shark, it's a dolphin. And since the hull is white, I think it would be kind of cool to put white on it. What bothers me is that dolphins are mammals, not fish, but I don't think there's any need to be strict about that. Isn't that nice? Alessia-san and the others' reaction is a bit more subtle. Well, names become less weird as you use them. It's hard to come up with a new name, and I decided on the White Dolphin. Thank you very much. Well, let's take a look at the ship first. I give everyone permission to board for now, and we jump aboard the White Dolphin. I'll update the boarding ticket later. Checking the hatch area, I see that the hatch looks stronger than I expected. Considering the water pressure, it must be at least as strong as I thought. When the hatch is opened, there is a ladder. It seems natural for a submarine, but it seems strange when I think of a luxury submarine for rich people. In my poor imagination, rich people don't use ladders, do they? What's wrong, Wataru-san? Let's go inside quickly. Oh, yes. I'm coming in. Rimmer. While I was replying to Alessia-san, Rimmer, who was on top of my head, flew into the submarine with a flap. It seems that Tremor also wanted to see the inside of the submarine as soon as possible. I also wanted to go inside as soon as possible. I climbed down the ladder. There are doors on both sides, but the one at the stern is probably the engine room. I should probably check the living room first, not the engine room. Rimmer is probably thinking the same thing and is pacing in front of the door that leads to the living room. Well, the living room of a 2 billion submarine. I can't wait to see what it looks like. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 10 Chapter 20. Thanks to Go Zero Gleplex for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 1/8. Chapter 20. Inside the White Dolphin. After informing Inns of our future plans, we decided to go out to sea and train with the submarine. I summoned the main submarine, named it the White Dolphin, and went aboard. I was excited to see the interior. Rimmer was waiting for me, floating in front of the living room door. He really does take the angelic form, doesn't he? Rimmer. I'll open it now. Can't wait. I asked Trimmer to move a little to the side and open the door. What can I say? A vertical living room with a luxurious feel. Leather upholstered chairs overflowing with luxury. Elegant tables and counters. I've never been in one, but I wonder if this is what a first-class airplane looks like. Definitely more luxurious than the rooms I had when I lived in Japan. But as someone who has the finest room on a luxury liner as my room, I feel that this is not quite up to par. No. This is a submarine. It is wrong to think of a submarine with limited space as the same as a luxury liner with wide space. I almost lost sight of the true nature of things when I got so caught up in the luxury-oriented way of thinking. I feel like I've escaped from being an upstart and am now a step richer than ever before. Wataru-san, aren't you coming in? If you stand there, we can't all come in, you know? While I was thinking about something philosophical, Alessia-san called out to me. I turned around and saw that Alessia-san was right. There was a traffic jam at the ladder section. Sorry, I'm coming in. Hey, I thought so when I saw it from the outside, but the windows are so small. After me, Alessia-san, and the others came into the living room, happily checking out the inside of the submarine. I found the kitchen. Carla-san, does that expectant look in your eyes mean you want me to cook something for you? Yufufu. This is the bathroom. It's strange how when Ilma-san says bathroom, it sounds so sexy. Both the kitchen and the bathroom aren't huge, but they're very nice. As Claretta-san said, the interior with the wood grain and the marble water basin is kind of a silly impression, but it's cool and looks like a nobleman's mansion. This place is amazing. Wataru-san. It's so different from the cockpit on the Lotto. Dorothea-san, who was very excited, called me into the cockpit. Oh, yes, it's very different. The Lotto's cockpit was simple, but the White Dolphin was filled with various buttons like an airplane, giving it a futuristic feel. Wataru-san, do you use all these buttons? Dorothea-san asked me with a questioning look on her face. It is true that with so many buttons, it is doubtful that you need to use them. But even though I can control it, I have no idea what the buttons are for. The skill is a mystery. To be honest, I don't know because I haven't used it yet. I guess that's true, too. Wataru-san, I wonder if I could watch next to you while you control the ship. Maybe she's interested in how many buttons are used, not in the sexy development. Yes, of course, I don't mind. Still, a part of me is pleased. There is no limit to a man's desires, even if both Ins and Felicia are with me. Speaking of which, Wataru-san, there is another cockpit, isn't there? I wonder what's going on in there. I remember that there are two places to control the ship, like the Lato. That one is like a sub, but it has a transparent window in the front, so you can steer it while looking closely at the sea. Would you like to try it? That sounds interesting. Together with Dorothea-san, I went to the cockpit at the front of the White Dolphin. Looks like we're late. Yes, we are. Perhaps it's interesting that the inside of the ocean is clearly visible through the large window, but all the members except Dorothea-san and me are gathered together, and we can't see anything ahead. Felicia, who is usually rather reserved, looks very interested and stands up straight, which makes me smile. Well, we can check this out later. We've seen most of the other sites, so it's time for our first dive. Everybody, we are going to dive now. If you can't sit here, please take a seat in the living room. I don't plan on making any sudden movements, so I guess standing is okay, but I'll be careful until I get used to it. The game of rock paper scissors began as everyone scrambled for a seat. This seat overlooking the ocean seems to be the most popular. Come to think of it, I don't see Rimmer and the others. I stood up and peered into the cockpit, catching a glimpse of the three colored dumplings through the gap between Alessia-san and the others. As one would expect from the Rimmer and the others, they are perched snugly against the window, keeping their special places. They make the most of their small size. Master, huh? Felicia doesn't participate in rock paper scissors. Yes. If I enjoy it too much first, Ins will sulk. I guess it would be tactless to point out that she was standing up straight and looking in. But I have a feeling that Ins will sulk if she can't participate in the first dive. I won. Victory. Wow, it looks like Alessia-san and Marina-san are the winners of the special seats. Aside from Marina-san, Alessia-san has an image of being weak at rock paper scissors, so I was a bit surprised to see her win. After Alessia-san and Marina-san, the winners, sat in the special seats, the rest of the members sat in the living room, and Dorothea-san and I moved to the pilot's seat. Now it's time to set sail. Following my skills, I prepare to set sail and take the helm. It looks like we can go like a ship on the surface of the sea, but that's not what we're looking for right now, is it? Whoa, the ship is really sinking. Wataru-san, is everything okay? Yes, the White Dolphin is a submarine. It's a ship that dives into the ocean. You can rest assured. Dorothea-san is Girasol's coordinator and Alessia-san's stopper. Dorothea is always reliable, and her impatience is strangely cute. This is a rare sight. I can hear the noise from the living room, and everyone seems to be in a hurry. I should have asked Felicia to take a picture. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. So this is in the ocean. It's so fantastic. As the submarine continued underwater, Dorothea-san, perhaps relieved at last, murmured, "It is indeed fantastic. The clear blue sea and the shimmering sunlight. If I had the talent for poetry, I could create a masterpiece that would go down in history. No, I could create a masterpiece right now, even if I have no talent for poetry." The blue sea, the submarine and the sound of the waves. This is not a poem but a haiku. Well, I don't know the difference between poetry and haiku, but I know it's a bad piece. It seems that an amateur with no talent cannot create a masterpiece, no matter how great a sight he sees. It was a beautiful trip under the sea. Instead of despairing of my own talent, let's just accept the scene in front of us as it is and be moved by it. Dorothea-san, why don't we go into the living room and have a nice cup of tea? It would be nice to go deeper, but I have to take a break first. That's nice. I'm in the mood for a cup of tea. Well, tea would be nice, but I'm in the mood for coffee. Tea seems too elegant for this beautiful scene. When I went into the living room, I found a group of women looking out like a child on a train. "Master, it's so beautiful under the sea." Felicia noticed me and came over to me, looking excited. Felicia's voice alerted the other women to my presence, and one by one, they told me what they thought of the place. Haha, I'm glad you liked it. You must be thirsty, so let's take a break. Felicia, Alessia-san, Marina-san, please go get Rimo and the others. I understand. Wataru-san. And snacks? In Carla-san's mind, tea equals snacks, I guess. Yes, of course, I will serve snacks. It's an underwater tea party. Chocolate cake. Chocolate cake, huh? That sounds like a real tea party. The sea is amazing. An excited Rima flew in with a flurry of activity. Rima seemed to enjoy the underwater trip as well. After a lot of cuddling with Rima, we get ready for the tea party. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ins-chan. What should I wear to the ship that Wataru-san invited me to? The only people on the ship are the members who came to our house the other day, so you can dress as usual. But why do you have to process so many fish? We obviously can't eat it all ourselves. Wow, what is this? Why are there piles of fish? I'm sick of it, because as a woman of the Aquamarine Kingdom, it's embarrassing that you can't even process fish. Mother went around the neighborhood to prepare fish for Ins-chan. If you don't do it right, your clumsiness will spread around the neighborhood. So please do your best. How do you feel about wearing normal clothes? I want to dress up too. What is that? That's the worst. Why do you have to spread shame and fish for other people? I don't get it. Stop complaining and get to work. When you are done with the fish, you can clean the house. That sounds good. And will you ignore your mother's dressing up? It's better than a lecture. But why do I have to learn to cook and do laundry at my age? It's boring. That's why I became an adventurer. Dressing up is a waste of money. Waste of money? Is this a challenge to your mother? Do you want to clean out the storage room? Please stop trying to force me to do more chores. I can't handle it mentally unless it's reduced somehow. I don't mean it that way. It's just good advice. If you're going to the master's ship, there are still some things you should hear. But you want my advice? Maybe I can escape this boring hell for the price of information. I'd like to hear it. Can you cut down on the chores? Get me out of cleaning the house and give me a break, and I'll talk. I'm telling you, if you don't listen, you will surely regret it. I can't explain it to her directly, but she has experienced master's gifts, so she should be able to understand. Is Wataru-san's ship really so scary? In a way, it's a scary place. Depending on the content, I'll give you a break and an exemption from house cleaning. Okay, I'll use the break as an excuse to introduce her to the wonders of fine wine, fine food, beauty treatments, clothing, unfamiliar tools, and entertainment on a luxury liner, and the possibility that no amount of money will ever be enough. I'll be filial, too, because I'm sure spending all that money on a luxury liner will make her happier than spending all that money on dressing up. Now, if only I can make her curious enough that she can't afford to worry about me, my peace of mind will return. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 10 Chapter 21. Thanks to GoZero Gleplex for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 2/8 Chapter 21. Blind Spot. I went out to the open sea from the Aquamarine Kingdom and trained on a submarine. The sea of this other world, where much nature remains, and the influence of mankind is small, is crystal clear, and it led me to a poetic mood. Well, I was only led, but I didn't get any results. After checking the functions of the submarine, we decided to take a break and have tea in the sea. Tea in the sea is supposed to be a very elegant thing, but it is strange that my eyes are drawn to Rimo and Carla-san, who are engrossed in their snacks. Come here for a moment, Wataru-san. While I was relaxing, Marina-san spoke to me. What's wrong? There's a monster. A monster? Where? It's impossible for a monster to get into a submarine, right? That way. Is it the sub-cabin at the front with a window? I see. I have a general idea. Shall we go there, Master? I'll take a look. There is no danger in the submarine, and I can almost expect to see what is there. When Felicia tried to take over for me, I declined and opened the door to the submarine's cockpit. Yes, it was what I expected, but it was much scarier than I expected. Yeah, that's right. I hate this. There are several rough mermens clinging tightly and densely to the large window, and it is even worse because they are baring their teeth and hitting the submarine. The effect of indestructibility prevents them from damaging the submarine, but it is not nice to look at them or to be hit by them. A voice leaked out unintentionally, and Felicia agreed with me. Yes, I have the feeling that the white dolphin has been defiled. So, Wataru-san, how do you plan to defeat this monster? Alessia-san asked, peeking out from behind me. Maybe you didn't think of that? I didn't think anything because I couldn't help it. I was just excited about the idea of a submarine, and I was more interested in the interior and how to operate it. What are we going to do? Why are you asking me with those round eyes? I don't know, even if you ask me. I'm not sure, but it seems that I had round eyes. I really didn't know what to do, and it seemed to show in my eyes. Anyway, it doesn't matter if we don't beat them. We can figure out what to do over a cup of tea. I don't feel good about the way I look, but there's no harm in it. Are you sure you want to be so relaxed? If it were a merman, it would be fine, but if it were a big monster, it would be dangerous, wouldn't it? Didn't the Lato get shot into the sky when Paris attacked it with all the seawater? Come to think of it, something like that did happen. I didn't think about it because I've been on big ships lately. But if a submarine is attacked with all the seawater in the sea, it will spin around and shake its contents even if the submarine is not damaged. That's quite a pinch, isn't it? I would get seasick. Does getting drunk in a submarine make you seasick? Submarine sickness? No, this is no time to think about such nonsense. Let's go to the surface right now. Let's go back to the Lato and think of countermeasures. This is not the time to drink tea. *****. Do you have any suggestions on what to do? After quickly dispatching the mermans who had followed us upstairs, we held a meeting about how to defeat the monsters in the submarine. If we can move freely like on the ship, we'll be fine, but if we can't get out of the white dolphin, there's nothing we can do, right? It's not armed, is it? That's right. So far, there hasn't been any trouble without armament, but with a submarine, it's a different story. There is no armament. Should we forcibly attach a spear or something to the white dolphin? It would be romantic if I could equip it with a drill or something, but as expected, they don't sell drills. It would be better than having no weapon at all, but can you attach it to a ship that can't even be scratched? Dorothea-san's sharp point was painful. But it's not like you can just screw it on, right? If we were to do that, we would have to cover it with steel or something to match the shape of the submarine and then attach it to the submarine. That would be a big undertaking. It would take time, and most importantly, we couldn't show the carp into the submarine, so it would be impossible. What about magic? It's a fantasy, so I should be able to count on magic for a solution. After drawing a magic circle, I can move it around to a certain extent, but from inside the room, it's difficult. Besides, the power of some types of magic is weakened underwater, and some types of magic don't work at all. Even if it were possible to use magic, Inspire magic would not work. What about Felicia's lightning? I think it would work, but I'm not sure if I could get a good aim. That's true. It's quite difficult to control electricity in seawater, isn't it? Considering the various factors, it seems that only Rimmer and Claretta-san can perform magic that works underwater. And can Ilma-san's illusionary magic work? In the case of the white dolphin, if you open the door to get in and out, will water come in? And if you refuse to go in, then the water is also repelled, right? Claretta-san. I will have to check to be sure, but I think that is a very good opinion. Let's experiment right away. Even if water doesn't come in, I have some doubts about air and other things that might come out. If water can't get in, I don't think air can get out, but if it did, does that mean there would be a vacuum inside the submarine? We're keeping the ship in optimal condition, so can we find out? It's an experiment for now. Well, let's fill it with seawater. I pump seawater into a bucket and pour it into the hatch. The seawater does not enter the submarine, it flows out. The submarine seems to repel the water. Let's dive into the sea with the hatch open. I take control of the white dolphin and dive until the hatch sinks under the sea. Yes, there is no seawater coming in at all, and there are no bubbles in the water, so there is no air escape. That would mean that we would be able to attack it. It's a very small area, so we have to think about how to fight it. This is difficult. It's not that we can't fight, but it's so small that only 2 people can get through. Alessia-san raised her eyebrows and thought about it. The magic can only be attacked by Claretta-san or Imu. Swords and spears don't have enough range, and bows are blocked by the seawater. I've tried everything, but it seems that underwater only works against ordinary people. Then would it be best to use Ilma-san's illusion magic to lure monsters to the hatch and have Claretta-san and Rimu attack them with magic? That would be the best way. Even if you can't defeat them, you can still fend them off. Both Rimu and Claretta-san are pretty high level, and they can defeat most of the monsters. The problem is when there are several large ones. What happens if more than one sea serpent appears? It will be a bit difficult. I knew it. I don't think about how great Alessia-san and the others look from a low angle or anything stupid like that. We need to think of an easier way to fight them. If anything, it seems easier to fight with the small submersible with its smaller size and larger hatch. ******. Phew. I think we can make it. Yes, we can at least manage to escape. But it's going to take a lot of work, so it's important that we go as far as possible without being spotted by the monsters. Alessia-san is right. After a lot of trial and error, twists and turns, thanks to Carla-san's simple questioning, we found a way to make it work. But it's by no means efficient. It was a level where I wondered which was better than the idea of securing a battle space by attaching a summoned rubber boat to the White Dolphin, an idea that would have lost out if it weren't for the reason that it would be unfashionable to be thrown out of the barrier even if we had a lifeline attached to us. Well, it's a submarine-like mission to proceed undetected by the enemy, and I'm not sure if that applies to a civilian submarine, but I'll try my best to use the ship's disguise. We'd better get some practice in. Yes, I think so. It's important that we know how to act. The evacuation drills at school are only held once or twice a year, and I wondered if there was any point in having them, but I guess they're there because it's better to have them. So let's make sure we know the procedures. Getting on a ship with a submarine is really a fantasy, isn't it? Ins-chan, is that true? Yes, it's true. They'll polish you all over until you shine. Isn't that embarrassing? Don't blush and be shy, you're old enough to know better. I'm more embarrassed than you are. It's a little embarrassing at first, but it's so effective you won't care. So much? Is it better than the lotion I was given? Yes, it is. It's even more effective because they have a lot of special equipment and tools to take care of your skin. Fu. She was completely absorbed in the conversation. If I keep stalling, I might even get her to help me prepare the fish in time. Next, I'll talk about nail salons, then cosmetics stores. After that, I'll introduce her to good food, and that should buy me enough time. Hey, Ins-chan, if they have such great equipment and tools, aren't they expensive? Do you think we can afford it? Don't worry. The service and food are basically free. I heard that the fee is included in the boarding fee. But since they are invited by Master, it really is free. But you said earlier that we have to pay a lot of money. Basically, it's free. But you have to pay for special dishes and personal purchases. Mom, don't you want to buy some cosmetics or something? I mean, the stuff you get as gifts will run out eventually, so it's better to stock up. Right? Did I stir things up a bit too much? Her eyes were fixed on me. It would be tragic if the family broke up after spending all their money on a luxury liner. Maybe I should ask Master to limit their purchases like I did with the castle. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 10 Chapter 22. Thanks to GoZero Gleplex for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 3/8 Chapter 22. Everything's ready. In an unexpected blind spot, or rather a mistake I should have noticed before buying, I discovered that fighting using the White Dolphin is difficult. I managed to find a way to fight with the effects of the boarding rejection, but it's quite a tedious fight, so I guess we'll have to sneak around. Sneaking into the Duke's underwater castle. I feel like a thief. I can practice tomorrow. So I think I'll leave the training on the White Dolphin for now and practice on the submersible. I had a hard time deciding about the submersible. Even I, who is not familiar with submersibles, knew about the Shinkai 6500, and I was very interested in this submersible. The Shinkai 6500 had various functions, and it was explained that it could collect rocks, but unfortunately, its size was not suitable for exploring castles. It needs to be smaller. There were other small submersibles from Japanese manufacturers, such as a submersible that looked like an anti-gravity future car from an old manga, and a cool Aston Martin submersible, so I couldn't stop looking at them. However, both the Japanese and Aston Martin submersibles were two-seaters or had no arms, so they did not subtly meet our goals. In the end, I chose a three-seater submersible from Triton. This submersible is round and almost completely transparent. I felt that the single arm was too few and the yellow color was too conspicuous, but I guess it would be okay because the color could be managed by ship disguise. https://nikestranslationhome.files.wordpress.com/2023/08/Triton 6600 Personal Submarine Design Boom Newsletter.jpg. Now, let's start practicing with the submersible. This is a three-man submersible, so the pilot and the two attackers will share the ride. In my case, I will be the pilot, Rimmer will be the main attacker, and Ins and Felicia will be the sub-attackers. Also, this submersible is small, so I think it will be easier to attack with weapons to some extent, so please split up. Based on that, Alessia-san and the others began to discuss the matter. They were quite confused and said that they would like to try piloting the submarine and that attacking it would also be interesting. It's a small submarine, so please note that we can't bring spears or shields. Wow, Carla-san is looking at me with teary eyes. I'm sure she's shocked that she can't bring a big shield. I know it can't be helped, but it hurts me so much when I make Carla-san sad. I know how important virtue is because when I was at In's parents' house, and Ins looked at me the same way, I thought I deserved it. Oh, Dorothea-san is also shocked. She also uses a spear, so she can't bring it in, right? In any case, this submarine can probably repel seawater, so if we leave the hatch open, we can take the spear with it out of the submarine. But it would be impractical to hold the spear against the resistance of seawater for a long time, wouldn't it? Master, I don't think I could help you. Oops, there was a frustrated Felicia here as well. Since she uses a bow and lightning magic as diffuse, she can only fight with a dagger or something like that. I knew that, but underwater is a big disadvantage for us. Felicia is helpful because she makes me happy just by being with me. Thank you. It was definitely a slip. Felicia, who has always looked up to me as her benefactor, has this confused look on her face. It's a pretty dangerous slip. What, Trusan? It's decided. I was heartbroken, and as I rubbed Rimmer in silence, heaven's help came to me. I wish they had decided a little earlier, but let's not be extravagant. What kind of team division did we get? Wataru team. Pilot, Wataru. Attack, Felicia. Ins, Rimmer. Alessia team. Pilot, Alessia. Attack, Alma. Carla. Fu-chan. Dorothea team. Pilot, Dorothea. Attack, Marina. Claretta. Bunny-chan. Is it kind of balanced? Well, Rimmer and Claretta-san, who are the main attackers, are separated, and the combination of Ilma-san, who can use illusion magic, and Carla-san, who has high melee attack power, seems to be a good combination. But Wataru-san? Without seeing the ship, it was a little hard to know how to fight. I'm sorry. Alessia-san is right. It would have been safer to divide the teams after showing them the submersible. Well, since they're free to regroup, we'll let them regroup after the training. I'll just summon them for now. I summoned a small submersible from the aft deck of the Lotto. I knew it was small, but the hull, with a yellow body and a transparent, round sphere inside, looked like a toy. This is a $200 million thing. I feel like I'm being tricked somehow. Hey, it's a nice ship. And it looks like it would be fun to dive in the ocean since most of the parts are transparent. Alessia-san and the others were in a good mood as they looked into the submersible I had summoned. I was a little nervous, but the ladies seemed to like it surprisingly well. What are you going to call this submersible, Wataru-san? Oh, that's right. A name. The name of the manufacturer I bought it from. The try? I don't know. It doesn't seem to fit the round hull. It's simple, but it's round, so I won't use the ball. because I feel like it's from a very popular robot anime. The shape is a little different, but let's go with the egg. I feel like it's kind of deep, like it contains a life force when a person is inside. I will call this submersible egg number 1. The other 2 submersibles will be egg number 2 and egg number 3. The reaction of the ladies was, I see. I was a little shocked because I thought I had named them well. Well, first, I'll show you how to operate it, so let's take it for a ride with just the pilot. I think they can manage it with the staff appointment, but it would be better to show them some of the controls first. I'll also make up a ticket for Ins. Then it's just me and Dorothea. I think so. Shall we board? I open the hatch and enter egg number 1. I can see Rimo on my head. Benny-chan, who was held by Dorothea-san, is no problem either. But what about Fu-chan, who was supposed to be on Marina-san's head but was nonchalantly on Alessia-san's head? I couldn't help but look at Marina-san through the transparent acrylic, and she was staring at Fu-chan with a somewhat sad expression on her face. Fu-chan might be a devilish little fellow. Well, let's go then. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. Please do. Grabbing the joystick-like control stick, we slowly begin to dive. Watru-san, the scenery is very beautiful, but it's so slow. I know exactly what you mean, Alessia-san. Watru-san, I don't think we'll be able to escape the monsters with this. I understand what Dorothea means. Slow? Rimo, it's full speed. I bought this submersible to explore the inside of the castle, so it's one that doesn't go fast. I knew it wouldn't be fast because it's supposed to go about 5 kilometers per hour, but I didn't expect it to be slower than walking speed. In my mind, I thought it would be about the speed of a small run, but people walk surprisingly fast, don't they? It's dangerous to walk fast in a building, isn't it? Indeed, considering that we are moving inside a building, this kind of speed is probably just right. They agreed with me surprisingly easily. And I don't think this submarine is suitable for driving in the open sea. It feels even slower because there's nothing but seawater around us, and the scenery doesn't change. Well, it's easy to maneuver, and we can practice fighting with eggs 1, 2, and 3, and since there are 3 of them, we can think of formations and so on. I plan to practice again tomorrow, but I wonder if there'll be much to do. *****. I'm finally back. I was relaxing in my room after 2 days of submarine training when Ins came back, collapsed on the bed, and called out in a dull voice. I'm glad to hear her say she's back, but Ins was at her parents' house earlier. And what happened to the graceful Ins? It's vulgar to flap your legs in bed. Well, Bella-san taught you a lot, didn't she? Yes, she did. It was hard for me because she made me do all the housework and cleaning and stuff, but thanks to Master's gifts and the invitation to go on the luxury liner, I was able to wrap it all up perfectly. Ins looks terribly smug. What do you mean, Fufu? My mother was so interested in Master's ship that she let me off the housework and cleaning in exchange for the information. I knew it. Should I have waited until Ins had finished her education to invite them to the ship and give them souvenirs? Oh, yes. I'm glad they're looking forward to it. Yes. Both my family and Flora couldn't wait to come. I told them to make sure they had enough money for a shopping spree, so they were all set. Flora even said she would borrow her salary in advance. Wow, can you borrow money in this world? That's so wrong. Are you sure? They have to make a living after the invitation, right? I don't want to make their lives difficult because of me. I need to ask you a favor. I've stirred things up too much, so I'd like you to limit their purchases. Well, Flora lives at home, and my father and Dario both work, so it will be fine. It seems that she used the luxury liner to stir things up to make things easier for herself. I don't know if I should call it brazen or cheeky, but I guess Ins and Bella-san had me beat. Well, it's easy enough to at least limit the purchase. More importantly, Master, I haven't had a beer for ages. Oh, and tell me what you did while I was away. Ins got up from the bed and begged me with a tight hug. Well, even though we've only been apart for a little while, I'm still a little nervous. But tomorrow is an early morning adventure, right? I'd rather not let her drink alcohol. Tomorrow's adventure starts early in the morning, so it'll just be a little bit. I'm weak. Oh, by the way, we're going on an adventure. I didn't hear any details, Where are we going? We're going to explore the Duke's castle, which is sunk in the sea. Really? In's arms around me are so tight that I feel like I'm going to explode out of them. Apparently, it's a famous place in In's hometown, and with In's curious nature, well, I'm sure she'll be pleased. But let's not talk about things that would please Ins the next time she hugs me. Now that Ins is back and the preparations are over, it's finally time to explore the Duke's castle in the middle of the sea tomorrow. It's like the beginning of a great adventure, and I'm getting a little nervous.